for 2017, 2016, 2173, 3422. I had two different notes on this. I don't know if it's 3462 or 3642.
Your Honor, we have 3642.
So do we, Your Honor.
Okay, so 3642, 3636, 2951, 2952, 2953, 302, 314, that there was a confidentiality issue pending.
Yes, Your Honor, and I believe that's also resolved, and we have a copy of the proposed action.
Okay. 56, 2052, 305, 357, 300, 858, 4374, and 5667.
I think if it's a jury and Apple wins, I know Apple fucking paid them off.
Okay, so that's what I have.
Jury court.
That's
Because
usual.
Epic should be the one to win.
Yes, I
Epic
believe we also
doesn't
have
win. I know it's a fucking scam piece of shit.
I said 64.
Court
That
system.
one.
Thank you, Your Honor. PX 7443 to say.
I just forgot.
PX 2076.
Yeah, I didn't see the pending ones, so what I have pending is 65, 67,
This guy gets some money to
740.
Apple. Probably.
What did he say? He said he missed his mom.
That matches what we have pending as well. I would also note then that PX 2451 is also provisionally related pending the confidentiality resolution.
Right, that was very interesting. Okay, I said 2414.
Everybody stop talking.
51.
And you have that as well.
Go on mute.
Resolved.
I have 2415 as 51.
2451 and
Okay, so that was my inversion. So not 2415, so 2451.
Okay,
Okay, what else?
That's what I have on my list. I would also note that the parties conferred this morning and wanted to offer the possibility that we would provide an amended or escalated minutes containing all the exhibits that we believe have been admitted so that it's collected in one place and easier for the court to have a list of all the admitted exhibits up to this point, if that would be amenable to the court.
All participants are now in listen-only mode.
Do you want that?
I prefer day by day to put them in, and all the minutes are up, and you can gather them. But that's
Okay.
duplicative work for me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Your Honor.
In that case, Your Honor, if we have any corrections or amendments to the minutes, should we?
That's what this process is for.
Right.
So do you see something in the minutes that you'd like corrected?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, what is that?
The minutes for May 4th, I believe we should add Exhibit 4036.
Okay. Okay, so Ms. Stone will just make a note as we go through the minutes. And if you, I don't want to add work for her.
Of course.
So,
In that case, Your Honor,
and at the very end, we'll do this chronologically from the beginning. So we'll have a complete record.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So I'll use an Excel spreadsheet to figure it out. Okay?
Okay.
All right, terrific. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I did ask, given all of the confusion yesterday with respect to documents, and you can see how they were going all over the place in terms of numbering, I did finally relent. Say, go ahead, give me the binder. And, you know, all I can say is I tried. What I will also say, though, is that if it's submitted, I don't need a second. That is, I'm trying to keep all the admitted ones up here. I write on my documents. Some of them, as you all, I'm sure, have, right there, you probably have your binder of hot docs, and you look at them and you make notes on them as the trial goes along. So you do not have to include in a binder for me anything that's already been admitted, because I already have it. I have it right here, handy and accessible. Okay? And if not, I have 100 binders to go and find it. Okay, so what do I have up here? Are these the replacement exhibits?
Yes. And do that, and do that.
Mr. Donaldson, or who's going to, what are these?
I think they're awful.
All right.
Your Honor, I believe that those are replacement exhibits. I can also take a look and double check, but I believe our paralegal prepared them.
So replacement in what sense?
I'm sorry, I actually think that those were the exhibits that were admitted yesterday.
And redacted is what I was communicated to me. They were redacted exhibits.
Here, look at them. I'm still not sure what these are.
I believe what our process is, Your Honor, is each day we provide certain.
Each day you're supposed to provide Ms. Stone with the official court exhibit, as you have been, I believe.
Yes.
And so what are those?
I believe that these are replacement exhibits, that they should replace what you have for 4167.
When you say you, do you mean Ms. Stone or me personally?
I believe it's for the court's official records.
Okay, so those are for you, Ms. Stone.
All right, I thought it was for her thing.
Okay. Anything else before we get started? Mr. Wonderson?
No, Your Honor. No, Your Honor, I was just conferring with Ms. Dancy to ensure that we had seen the documents that were handed up, but we'll work that out among the parties.
Okay. Ms. Dancy? So just in general, you shouldn't give anything to the court without letting the other side see it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, let's bring our witness back and get started. Okay, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
You may be seated. I will remind you that you are still under oath.
Thank you.
All right, let's do a test on your mic.
Testing.
Everybody can hear okay? All right, Ms. Moya, good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Good morning, Mr. Cosmica. Are you ready to proceed?
Yes.
Thank you. We have a binder of documents that we'll be referring to today. Your Honor, may I approach the witness and provide a copy? We provided a copy to Ethics Counsel yesterday, Your Honor. I also have a version for you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kosmika. I'd like to start by clarifying a few points that we covered yesterday. First, starting with the numbers on demonstrative number 1. If we could take a look at that again. And this demonstrative related to DX.
Are you going to publish this? Okay, thank you.
This demonstrative was a summary of the entries that we've had in DX 5467, Mr. Kosmika. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And it was a summary of the weekly reports we were able to locate for these time periods. Is that correct?
That's right.
Was this a summary of the weekly reports that we were able to locate?
Yes.
Were we able to locate all of the weekly reports for these years, Mr. Kosmika? You can look at DX 5467 if that helps you to answer the question.
I don't see any reports missing from the spreadsheet. It's possible that there was all the reports that were available would have been in here. It's possible that maybe on like a week of Christmas or something, we would not have had a report available.
And with respect to missing reports, if there were such reports, how would that impact the numbers that we see here?
The number of submissions would have increased. The number of rejected submissions would have increased. I believe the ratio would have remained the same.
Thank you, sir. And I'd now like to refer you also to the questioning about Roblox from the Ethics Council. And in particular, you were asked questions about PX 305. I don't know if you still have the ethics binder there available to you. You do not?
No.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness to provide a copy?
No, no.
You remember the question about this document, Mr. Kosmika?
I do.
Could we look at the language below the words red text at the bottom there? Was that language submitted by Roblox itself, Mr. Kosmika?
No, this red text would have been written by a reviewer with an app review.
And your comment directly above that, if we could take a look at that. I was surprised. Was that comment based on a reading of that text?
Yes.
After making that comment, were there discussions about Roblox in the ERB?
Certainly Roblox has been reviewed by ERB since this email.
And did the ERB determine whether Roblox was a store within a store?
We determined it was not.
You determined it was not?
It was not.
And why was that determination made?
So as I said yesterday, there's experiences within Roblox that, from a point of review, we would not look at as a game. These are configurations that enable a particular experience or world. It's akin to something like a Minecraft map. And so while that configuration can...
Isn't Minecraft a game?
Minecraft itself is a game, yes.
So I don't understand. You said that yesterday too. I don't understand the distinction you're making.
Your Honor, in the case of Minecraft, you join a server, and when you join a server, that server has a particular world or a canvas. And so as 4 kids, they play Minecraft. When they join a particular world, there may be a castle that's already pre-built into that. And so that would be a configuration. But the features and functionality of the overall game itself is not changing. And so in the same way that they could have a world be a castle, they could also have a world be a farm. But the mechanics of how each one of those experiences work remains the same. And the capabilities of each one of those experiences, and its capabilities, I would say, security and privacy implications remain the same. These experiences are not capable of doing dynamic things beyond what the creator of the experience has already predefined into that. And so that is akin to some other apps as well, social experiences. In Snapchat, you have lenses in Snapchat. You can pop the camera and put bunny ears on your face. That's also an experience. It's a configuration file as opposed to software that's downloaded that changes the entire construct of the app.
All right, go ahead.
Mr. Kosminka, did the ERB determine that Roblox itself was not a game?
Yes, I believe we look at Roblox as an app.
Is Roblox listed on the App Store as a game?
I'm not sure.
Who makes the determination on whether a app is listed as a game or not?
The developer.
And in the case of Fortnite, when Fortnite was available on the App Store, was it listed as a game?
I believe so.
And is that because Epic itself decided to list Roblox as a game?
Yes.
And you were describing to the court in the Roblox context different features and functionality you referred to.
Yes.
Were you referring to the different experiences within Roblox?
No, I was referring to the features and functionality of Roblox itself.
And did the ERB determine that there are not additional features and functionalities added in the Roblox context? What did the ERB determine with respect to different features and functionalities within Roblox?
The experiences that a user would enable within Roblox will provide them with a different world. But as far as chat and purchase flows, the ability to communicate with their friends, find their friends, this is all core to the overall Roblox app experience and Roblox app itself. And so the experiences that would have been enabled by a customer are bounded and unable to do things outside of what Roblox itself is capable of doing.
What was the conclusion with respect to whether Roblox enabled users to download additional features and functionality?
It's compliant with that rule.
Because why?
Because it does not introduce new features and functionality.
Do you believe, Mr. Kosminka, that allowing a store within a store on the App Store would create safety issues?
Absolutely.
And can you explain why?
So Users, when they buy an iPhone or an iPad, thinking about my kids when they do this, they expect to go to the App Store and get safe and trusted apps. There are absolutely cases where, whether it be through advertising or other ways to get in touch with a particular user, that they can be manipulated into a experience that they think is safe and trusted on the surface. And then you go deeper into that experience and realize that actually none of the content is reviewed, none of the software is reviewed, and that has severe ramifications for security, privacy, and customer safety.
Thank you, Mr. Cosminka. And just a couple of questions about Test Flight, the company you founded. I neglected to ask you, when was Test Flight founded?
My daughter was around, it was 10 years, 2010.
Thank you. And when was Test Flight acquired by Apple?
I believe it was 2013.
And was the functionality of Test Flight changed after it was acquired by Apple?
Absolutely.
Is the Test Flight as it functions today, is it the same as Test Flight as it functioned when it was rejected during the app submission process that you undertook prior to joining Apple?
No.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let's talk about your app review team. And we have a demonstrative that will help us walk through this. First, can you tell us what are the functionalities that happen in the iOS, macOS, tvOS, watchOS, and Test Flight area that we have here?
So I would look at these as either skills or platforms that the team reviews in. And so we would refer to this kind of cluster as our operations team. And so these are the specialists that review apps as their primary and their only function. And moving into the policy escalations and notables team, policy and escalations is there as a support organization for reviewers. The reviewers are able to escalate policy questions, escalate precedent-setting apps, escalate apps that could potentially have an outsized impact on customers in potentially negative ways. There's a lot of scenarios which an escalation is warranted. And then in the case of notables, there's apps that impact tens of millions, hundreds of millions of customers, and we want to make sure we get those decisions right. So notables is a group of specialists, reviewers, that are our most senior reviewers, that are familiar with some of the complexities with apps that have such a large impact.
Thank you, Mr. Cosminka. And you next see a box with ASI, ARC, and TI. What are those functionalities?
So ASI, we refer to this group as App Store Improvements. ARC is App Review Compliance. TI is Technical Investigations. These are grouped together because they really work very closely together. ARC receives complaints from or reports from customers, developers, executive escalations, the press. We watch social media channels as well to get reports of particular potential review violations. And so the ARC team would review that request or that app and take the appropriate action. In the event that something is a more deep-rooted technical challenge with a particular app, if it's doing something and we're not familiar with how that's either possible or seems like there could be some malicious activity at a lower level, the technical investigations team would look at that. And App Store Improvements it's an ongoing process to continuously clean and curate the live apps on the store.
Thank you, Mr. Cosminka. And Expedite, Developer Advocates, and ARB. Could you explain those functionalities?
These are developer services. Expedite is facilitated through a form that every developer has access to on developer.apple.com. You can submit an Expedite request at any point for, say, a time-sensitive event, and they'd like to get their app to the store as quickly as possible. And so there's a team that helps chaperone those apps through the process. Developer Advocates is a team dedicated to phoning developers. Developers can request calls themselves through the app review process, and reviewers can, throughout the process as well, escalate it to a call because There may be a communication challenge with a particular developer. And ARB is our app review board, and app review board handles appeals.
Thank you, Mr. Cognizant. Training, content, and communication. Could you explain those functions?
Yeah, we have a dedicated training function, which focuses on training both new hires within app review, but also up-training existing reviewers for a variety of reasons. And content and communication supports training, but they also support the entire organization to make sure that our policies are clearly documented for reviewers, and the workflows are documented for reviewers. And so those teams are critical.
Do those who review apps have to go through any form of training?
Absolutely.
How much training, Mr. Cognizant?
But for a new hire class, the training starts at 6 weeks, and it's really, I like to refer to it as an apprenticeship model. And so they start the first week, which is really theoretical, instructor-led training. And then by the second week, they're actually partnered with senior specialists that we would call mentors that would assist them and walk them through reviewing of very simple generic updates, we would call it. And then by week 6, they're actually able to review apps themselves if they've met the quality targets throughout the process thus far. And the apps they would be reviewing would be limited to generic updates. And then from that point forward, we can add additional skills based on how the reviewer is doing and their level of quality and productivity to that point.
The business excellence unit functionality, what occurs there?
So business excellence it's a quality and auditing organization. The word auditing, I think, makes reviewers uncomfortable, as it should. And so we talk about this as business excellence because the goal isn't simply to look at a reviewer's mistake and put that on the specialist. We audit the process, the policy, the performance of the team, the capabilities with the tools, and there's a dedicated team of quality engineers within business excellence that owns that process. So with every mistake that we've made, that will go through the business excellence team. We'll do a root cause analysis and make potential whatever necessary improvements, whether that is improvements to tools or performance management of individuals within app review.
And finally, we have projects in infra tech ops. Could you explain the work that occurs in those areas?
Projects and infrastructure, with every new release of our operating systems and hardware, we introduce new needs for app review. So we need teams dedicated to making sure that app review as an organization is ready to perform in those scenarios. Technical operations is there to support the reviewers. Reviewers have many review devices. They use those devices frequently to review apps, and so they need support day in and day out to make sure they can do their job in an effective, efficient way.
And now I'd like to see if we can give the court a sense of the scale of the work that your team does. And we have another demonstrative that will help us walk through that. The first entry here is 81 different languages. Could you explain that to the court?
Yeah, I think this is, out of all of this is maybe my most proud statistic. We have 81 languages natively represented within app review. It is an incredibly diverse team. We need to be incredibly diverse. We see apps from developers all over the world created in all kinds of languages. And so certainly we have an incredible team of not just diverse languages, but diverse backgrounds and skill sets. Within this group, you have folks from engineers, we have teachers, we have lawyers, we have all kinds of different backgrounds. We have folks that took a break from a particular career and raised kids and then came back. And you need these types of perspectives to do this in an efficient manner, in a way that is sensitive to all the cultural sensitivities and all of the types of concerns that our customers could have. And so this number, I think, is my favorite on this. Scale in terms of submissions, there's around 100,000 average App Store submissions per week. This is focused on the iOS App Store, that number. And then there's around 500 human experts within app review.
And Mr. Cosminta, do the reviewers on your team work 10 hours every day? Does each reviewer work 10 hours every day?
No,
Does the time vary that reviewers work?
it does. We have two primary review facilities. We have one in California here, and we have another in Cork Island. Cork Island, our reviewers work 8 hours a day, and that is a salary position. And in California, that varies between 8 hours to 10 hours. We offer something called Flex Force for additional overtime in the event that there is a surge of apps, and folks could work up to 12 hours. But this is all something where we work with our various HR partners worldwide to make sure that we're doing the best and the right thing for our people.
I'd like to ask you to turn to PX 2790 in your binder. I believe this document has already been submitted. The date on it is 3/19/2021. You can see that in the upper left corner.
Yes.
Is this, Mr. Cosminta, the current version of the App Store review guidelines?
Yes, it is.
And does your team use these guidelines during the app review process?
Yes, we do.
How does your team use them?
The guidelines guide the entire review process. We review apps against the guidelines. So not only is this the guidance that we have as a team on the policies, it's the guidance for the developers, and it's how we communicate with the developers as well as through the guidelines themselves. When we find an issue, we share the guideline with them along with our findings.
What is the purpose, Mr. Cosminta, of app review?
So I think I'm a huge beneficiary of a long history of revision that the App Store started with. It's codified here in the guidelines. When I have, say, an all-hands or any cross-functional meeting, where I'm talking to my team directly and I want to communicate the vision and the mission and what the purpose of app review is, I simply take this language from the guidelines and put that at the beginning of the deck, because this is the purpose. We want to make sure that the App Store is a great place for customers to find safe and trusted apps and a great opportunity for all developers. It's the entire mission.
And if we could have a blowout of the first sentence under introduction. Is this the sentence you were referring to, Mr. Cosminta?
Yeah, the guiding principle of the App Store is simple. We want to provide a safe experience for users to get apps and a great opportunity for all developers to be successful.
I'd like to walk through a few of the guidelines and give the court a sense of the type of app submissions that end up being rejected because they don't comply with that guideline. And let's start first with guideline 1.1 on safety. It's objectionable content. And the language here is apps should not include content that is offensive, insensitive, upsetting, intended to disgust, in exceptionally poor taste, or just plain creepy. Mr. Cosminta, can you explain to us, give us a couple of examples of apps submissions that have had to be rejected for failure to comply with this guideline?
This guideline gets applied frequently. Some I think, notable disturbing examples. We had an app named Pocket Girls. What Pocket Girls had as far as content was women in what looked to be compromised positions and appeared as though it was a rape scene. And this was something that would have been rejected for 1.1.
And Mr. Cosminta, can computer analysis alone identify objectionable content of that type?
No.
Mr. Cosminka, let's take a look at guideline 1.3. This is safety in the kids category. And we see here the kids category is a great way for people to easily find apps that are designed for children. If you want to participate in the kids category, you should focus on creating a great experience specifically for younger users. What type of submissions have you had to reject as a result of this guideline?
We've had to reject trend of apps that were plastic surgery games marketed towards children. And so this was demeaning to women, but also I think manipulative to children and terribly offensive. Somebody with 3 daughters, this is a guideline that I'm pretty proud of. And something that when we see examples like the plastic surgery targeted towards kids, I'm happy that we apply this.
Can computer analysis, the automated tools that Apple has developed alone, identify things like that violate the kids category guidelines?
No.
Let's look at guideline 1.4 on physical harm. If your app behaves in a way that risks physical harm, we may reject it. Can you give us an example of something you've had to reject as a result of this guideline?
Yes. From time to time, we see apps, and there's one particular that's coming to mind, and I think it is called Challenge App. And the Challenge App did was it paid folks to participate in a dare challenge. And when we rejected this, what we noticed was that one of the dares was daring someone to jump off a bridge and video it. So we rejected the app. The developer tried to make adjustments over time, but ultimately the app is not available on the store. We've seen other examples of this app on Google Play as well, where the video previews there show that in one of the videos, you can see a woman putting lip cream on her chest as a dare. This is a video on the marketing page. In the second image, you can see a male with an inflated condom over his head, which I think could also risk some pretty serious physical harm. And so that's an example that this guideline is applicable to.
And Mr. Cosminka, the app that you're referencing, is it currently available on Google Play? Have you seen it on Google Play?
Yeah, I would have to check again, but I recall recently looking at that, and it was still available.
Do you recall the name of the company that developed that app?
I believe it was Aristica.
And have you heard of something called the Coalition for App Fairness?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not that company, Aristica, I think you said, is a member of the Coalition of App Fairness?
I do recall reading that they were part of this coalition.
Let's look at a guideline on performance, 2.3.1. And the language here is, don't include any hidden, dormant, or undocumented features in your app. Your app's functionality should be clear to end users and app review. What types of submissions have you had to reject as a result of that guideline?
This guideline is particularly challenging because if it's hidden, it's hard for us to find it. So we'll often have to find this post-review. But we're here today because of an example of a hidden, dormant, undocumented feature. And so we do see developers implement things that they enable server-side. And so in that case, it's not dormant in the app. It's something we've introduced dynamically post-review. And you can call it a hot fix, but we see many examples where it's used for incredibly malicious things, entire concept changes. And so, if you will, as a way of example, imagine a benign app that looks like it's for managing wallpapers. And it then changes to a gambling casino or a pornography site, and it's a complete concept change post-review.
And Mr. Kosminka, let's look at guideline 4.1. This is on copycats. It's on page 14 of the guidelines. And the language here is come up with your own ideas. We know you have them, so make yours come to life. Don't simply copy the latest popular app on the App Store. Can you give us examples of rejections you've had to make as a result of that guideline?
Yes, I think not only is there like individual examples, but the examples are broad in terms of the numbers of apps and developers that attempt to abuse the App Store and other developers by being a copycat. So notably, I can think of cases where developers have submitted free V-Bucks for Fortnite wallpaper, get free V-Bucks. There's hundreds of these examples where a developer has tried to capitalize on the name of Fortnite, and in addition to that, trick customers into thinking that there's some official affiliation with that and that they're going to get some type of reward. So this would have been rejected as a 4.1 copycat. The same exists for things like Spotify, Headspace. These are popular apps that developers that are bad actors attempt to leverage their popularity and their names and submit hundreds upon hundreds of apps that steal their artwork, their screenshots, their icons, their names. This is absolutely a game of whack-a-mole, but we do so as proactively as possible, and we react swiftly if we do find an example of a copycat that is, making it a less exciting opportunity for great developers.
Thank you, Mr. Kosminka. And then let's look at guideline 5.1 with respect to privacy. And that first sentence, we see protecting user privacy is paramount in the Apple ecosystem. And there are several subsections here. If we go down to 5.1.1 little I2, permission apps. We have apps that collect user or usage data must secure user content for the collection, even if such data is considered to be anonymous at the time of or immediately following collection. Can you give us examples of what you've had to reject as a result of that guideline?
This is a pretty common rejection. There's many apps that try to request too much information or information that's irrelevant to their core functionality. And when they do request it for legitimate needs, we want to make sure that customers are getting both transparency and they've provided consent. And so in order to have informed transparency, you need to describe to the customer why you need this data. What's the customer value in the end? And we call this it's a purpose string. So if you use contacts or an app accesses contacts on your phone or background location, you'll see a prompt. We've all seen these prompts. And you have an opportunity to say, yes, allow, or don't allow. And there's text on that screen that in the dialogue that the developer is responsible for providing. So we'll see developers leave that completely empty. We'll see them say that they're going to use it for advertising or they're going to sell the data, which wouldn't be appropriate in these cases. And then we'll see that they've put very little effort into changing the description. It looks like it's clearly a template. It's not going to make any sense to an end customer. So our human beings, when they see this during app review, if it doesn't make sense to them, it's certainly going to result in a rejection.
Thank you. And I'd like you to address another privacy provision, and this one is in 3i, data minimization. Apps should only request access to data relevant to the core functionality of the app and should only collect and use data that is required to accomplish the relevant task. Could you explain the types of submissions that end up getting rejected as a result of this guideline?
Yes, so if an app, some apps require access to photos because they are a photo library tool. If you're an app whose only need for photos is to add a profile image to the user's profile, you would not need full access to the photo library. And so we have an API that the developer can call, which is a process picker. They can select a single photo. And if we see that a developer is requesting excess permission, in that case, access to all photos, we'll let them know that this is a data minimization issue and there's a more optimal path that protects customer privacy.
And finally, Mr. Kosnika, could you look at IB, access? Apps must respect the user's permission settings and not attempt to manipulate, trick, or force people to consent to unnecessary data access. What type of submissions end up getting rejected as a result of that guideline?
There's a few things that we see here. Developers will hold users hostage and require that they provide consent before they will have the app provide the functionality that, say, the user paid for. That would be an issue. We'll see that they will implement a pre-prompt before our dialogue that conditions the user to answering the consent prompt in the way that the developer would prefer. We'll see that when that dialogue prompts, they'll put flashing arrows all around the OK button or the allow button as a way to condition the user to providing a quick permission. And then we'll see cases where the developer will actually completely replace our dialogue, build their own dialogue that looks identical, and in the event that the user says no, that they will continue to nag the user repeatedly until they say yes, at which point they will then prompt our dialogue, and the user will have then been conditioned. Like I just said yes, I'm going to say it again. And so these are the types of manipulation that we'll see and will reject for.
Thank you, Mr. Kosnika. And for these privacy issues, and in fact for all of the issues that you've given us examples of, do you believe that the computer automated tools alone can address those issues?
No.
Mr. Kosnika, do you enforce some of the guidelines more aggressively than others?
I wouldn't refer to it as aggressively. I think we have a rigorous review process and we enforce all of the guidelines with that rigor. So we could say that we aggressively enforce our guidelines, period. But I think that we have the 5 pillars within the guidelines, and I think that from our perspective with an app review, they all matter. And if we see an issue, we are going to work with the developer to address the issue, regardless of where within the guidelines that issue falls.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'd like to approach the witness just to get the plaintiff's exhibit binder back. That's all right, Secretary. Mr. Kosnika, Ethics Council asked you some questions about whether the guidelines related to the requirement that developers use in-app purchase for digital content, whether that guideline was implemented aggressively. Do you recall that line of question?
I do.
I'd like you to take a look. I'm going to bring it back to you at PX 300, which was introduced into evidence yesterday, but there were no questions about it. And I'd like you to specifically look at page 6, PX 300.6. I'm going to bring the binder back, Your Honor, if that's acceptable. Would you explain, Mr. Kosminka, what this page shows?
This is the breakdown of the rejections for the week through May 6th, 2017.
And can you tell us, in looking at this chart, were the rejections for violations of 3.1.1, that's the in-app purchase violation, were those the primary rejections that were made?
No.
Thank you, Mr. Kosminka. Let's talk about the app review process itself. We have developed a simple demonstrative that we think will help to walk through that and make it clear for the court. The first question that I have, though, Mr. Kosminka, is when developers submit their apps for review, do they actually submit their source code?
No, they submit an iOS package.
And Mr. Kosminka, could you tell us, and you can use the chart to the extent it's helpful to you, what is the first set of analyses that are done after a developer submits their app for review?
When an app's submitted, it goes through an incredibly complex workflow system. I can't begin to do that justice by describing it here, but there's incredibly important steps within that process that pertain to app review. So the workflow process does all kinds of optimizations for our customers and our developers, and there's thousands upon thousands of tasks there, but there's portions of those tasks specific to app review, and we refer to those as static and dynamic analysis.
Okay. First, let's define static analysis. What is static analysis?
Static analysis is binary analysis. It is analyzing the compiled binary and the package that the developer has submitted to Apple without actually executing the binary. It's not being run at this point.
And to be sure we're being clear for the court, what exactly is the binary?
The binary is the compiled software. The machine understands the binary, whereas the source code human beings would understand.
And dynamic analysis, can you tell us how that differs from static analysis?
Dynamic analysis, we are actually executing the binary. We are running it.
You mentioned tools yesterday. Are there tools that are used during the static analysis phase?
Yeah, there's many tools.
And are those tools developed by Apple?
Yeah.
If we could have on a demonstrative the tools related to static analysis, and I'd just like to walk through a really high-level overview of those tools with you, Mr. Kosminka. And first, each of these tools that's on our demonstrative here, DT App Analyzer, App Similarity, Z-Strings, App Transparency, are each of those tools independently developed by Apple?
Yes, these are actually all independent and are developed by different teams within Apple even.
And are all of them maintained in content?
Yes.
Starting first, and with that in mind, Mr. Kosminka, give us just an overview of what happens with the DT App Analyzer tool.
DT App Analyzer scans the developer's submission and will inform us of frameworks that the app uses, classes and methods that the app has available to it. At this point, we would not know if those are executed or simply present in the app. That's what that does.
What about App Similarity? What does that tool do?
So App Similarity will look at the machine language of the app and provide a signature, and that signature will be used as a way to find whether or not there are clones of this particular binary moving forward, but also presently. And so that's a tool that helps us with copycat rejections.
And Z-Strings?
So if you were to look at a compiled binary, there are cases where a developer has had variables that are strings, and those strings include things like URLs, IP addresses, information that could also be used to link and identify potential malicious behavior.
And let's turn to dynamic analysis. And we see here the tool app transparency again. Could you explain why that is then?
So app transparency, I believe, sits really in between static and dynamic analysis. It provides us a very similar output. In fact, I think the same output that DT App Analyzer provides, but in addition to statically analyzing the binary, it also is doing some dynamic analysis to forced execution, if you will, to resolve call paths so that we can get a better understanding of whether or not there is obfuscated API calls and they maybe having hid methods or classes that would have otherwise statically been undetectable.
And the Mercury tool.
Mercury is a grid of devices that is actually, I think we have over 2,000 devices in this, that is running iOS apps on physical iPhones, physical iPads. Both static and dynamic analysis work together to grab facts about the submission such that we can inform our tools and inform our reviewers.
And what types of devices are used to run dynamic analysis?
iPads, iPhones, and then we would have Macs that orchestrate this.
I think we actually have a demonstrative that would help display the dynamic analysis. If you could have the next one. What do we see here, Mr. Cosmico?
So this is one of the racks in one of our data centers that shows the Mercury infrastructure. So you can see here we've actually had custom cages built for such devices, and the Macs on the top are performing the orchestration and connecting to overall App Store infrastructure to drive this process. And these devices would be running 24/7 to, upon submission, exercise an app in an automated fashion.
Thank you, Mr. Cosmico. And during the static dynamic analysis phase, are you looking for links to malicious websites?
So within static and dynamic analysis, I mentioned vStrings has the capability of extracting URLs that we can find statically in the binary. Mercury, when it executes and launches the app and attempts to navigate an app, there's URLs discovered there as well. So these two facts from static and dynamic analysis coalesce into a single set of facts, which gives us URLs. And we can then absolutely take known bad actor URLs and look to see if that's potentially present or executed within apps.
So can I ask back on this one? You said that all of these are running 24 hours a day, 7 days a week?
Yes, Your Honor.
And how many devices total?
Over 2,000.
And someone has then submitted the apps to these devices to run, and then do they generate reports, or how does that work?
So the developer has submitted to App Store Connector portal, and as part of that ingestion process, as part of preparing it for app review, it will run on this. So the developer is not submitted directly to these devices. It's part of the overall app review analysis. And we would produce reports and information, facts, that we will run rules on later to determine if any of those facts are a signal of a potential issue.
Okay, thank you.
And during the static dynamic analysis phase, Mr. Cosmico, are you also looking for cloned apps?
Yes.
What about private APIs? There was some reference to that yesterday. Let's first make sure it's clear. What does API stand for?
Application Programming Interface.
And what is a private API?
So private API is, I would refer to it as an undocumented API. The intention of the API is not to have it used in third-party developer apps at this point.
And to whom is it private?
To Apple.
And in the static dynamic analysis phase, is there an examination to see if private APIs are being used?
Yes, DT App Analyzer would inform us whether there was private APIs. When I say us here, I'm referring to Apple, not App Review. And then we would try to tell the developer that as early in the process as possible. So if the developer has done the right thing and happened to unintentionally implement a private API, or maybe even intentionally, but they didn't hide it, then we can tell them that the right one is submit. We can warn them and say there's a private API present, and that in itself is not a human process. There is human process because we have to define what's private, but it's meant to provide the developer with immediate feedback and not have to wait for an app review. If the developer has hid private API access, obfuscated it, tried to hide it from review, then additionally our app review tools have transparency in this case, would let app review know that, such that my team would be able to use that fact and take the appropriate action on the app.
Thank you, Mr. Kazminka. And is there terminology entitlement issues used within Apple?
Yes, certainly we have a wide range of entitlements, and there are frequently issues with third-party apps and their entitlement requests.
And what is an entitlement request?
So an entitlement gives an app a particular permission to a set of resources or APIs on the device, on the user's device.
And is there a look for potential entitlement issues in the static and dynamic analysis phase?
Yeah, in both, and then in the human review phase as well. What I can say as like way of an example, if say a social networking app wanted to access health records, they would need to include the health kit entitlements. And if they did not, then those API calls to health records would not function as they would expect. And so that would be an issue. And so if they were to submit our static analysis, would be able to say, you're calling these APIs, but you don't have the entitlement, that will not work. And so that would be one class of an issue. Another class of the issue is the opposite, actually, in which they have the entitlement present, but they have not called the APIs. And so in the case of HealthKit, this is a concern, because if the entitlement is present in an app that is conceptually likely not doing good things with HealthKit, this could be a signal to us that there's potential abuse in the future. We wouldn't want to open our customers up to that. And so we would say you need to drop the entitlement, even though there's no API calls, because they potentially could introduce that dynamically post-review, and we wouldn't want to take the risk. There are certain entitlements and APIs that also need a permission prompt, a TCC prompt, we call them. And so I mentioned earlier in the privacy guideline that if the user's or developer's justification and explanation as to why they need HealthKit, why they need health records access is not accurate, not meaningful, and not reasonable within the guidelines and the point of view of the consumer, we would reject that as well. So those are examples of entitlement issues.
Mr. President, let me back up and ask, why is it a concern whether there are private APIs being employed by developers?
Yeah, developers build all kinds of APIs. As a developer myself, I built all kinds of APIs that I never intended for anyone else to use. They were for myself, for my app, and I'm not testing them, verifying them, certifying them, and ensuring that they're going to work and be stable moving forward. And so in the sense of a private API, it may have had a particular purpose inside of Apple, and there was no intention for that to become, at that point, something available to developers because of stability, quality, reliability, not only for the customers, but for the developer experience.
Thank you, Mr. Kazminka. So after the static and dynamic analysis phase, maybe we can go back to our demonstrative. What's the next step in the app review process?
So I mentioned that there's facts that are gathered here. These facts we move into Mozart. The last three letters of Mozart. ART stands for App Review Tools. Our vision of this was that it would be kind of the canonical source of truth for app facts that pertain to app review. So all these facts gather into Mozart. And within Mozart, we also have a rules engine. And so the rules engine allows us to codify scenarios that we've seen historically, whether that be malware and other safety and privacy concerns, such that we can take proactive action when one of these facts trips one of those types of rules.
And is Mozart also a computer analysis tool developed by Apple?
Yes, it is, and it would go beyond tool. It's a very complex and evolved system.
Thank you. And what is the next step in the review process?
So the next step would be human review. Magellan is the tool name here. Think of this as a desktop app. It's a Mac desktop app, and it's really the control and orchestration center for a reviewer. They would, if you were to ask a reviewer, their tool is Magellan.
And we have another demonstrative here that may help you explain what happens during the human review phase. Can you explain what we see here, Mr. Kosminka?
Yeah, this looks like a specialist setup for review. This specialist, given the arcade icon on these screens, likely has the appropriate skill and training to review arcade apps. On the right, you can see that tvOS is launched, so they have the skill to review tvOS apps. And there's, I count 5 iOS devices on this. I don't see a watch, but this would be quite an involved setup for a specialist that's trained on all types of app review scenarios. The Mac that they have, the iMac or the MacBook, that would probably be their primary review device. And so all of these devices would be connected to their primary review device, and they would inspect metadata and the app history all within the Mac app, and they would orchestrate the installation and the actual app review itself on these peripheral iOS devices and tvOS devices.
And should we provide apples at the front door for everybody to grab for their...
No, and I think that picture was too cute.
I was thinking that was a little bit...
Yeah, no, we asked for a photo, and this is the one we found.
Yeah, okay. So at least we're on the same page with respect to the apple. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. During the human review phase, is there additional review for entitlement issues?
Yes.
And during the human review phase, is there additional review for offensive content?
Yes.
Are there new threats that are detected during the human review phase?
Yeah, absolutely.
Can you give us an example of some new threats that have been detected as a result of human review?
Yeah, I think with the 81 languages, me personally, I'm not able to keep track of what's going on worldwide in all cultures and understand that. But with 81 languages, the team does a good job of understanding risks and concerns across the world. A few years ago, I recall it was a kind of a social media campaign, I believe. I think it was called like the Blue Whale campaign, in which there was something trending on social media encouraging folks to commit suicide. And the like kind of lightning rod for this call to action was a blue whale meme. And the team was aware of this and proactively used tools and human review to find blue whale apps and in any type of current event. We see developers trying to exploit that event and submit to app review. Not only do we keep up on current things that are trending with respect to technology, but also cultural events around the entire world.
Mr. Kosminka, are there omissions, issues related to hidden codes that are detected during human review?
Yes.
Can you give us an example of that?
Yeah, I think this is honestly amazing. The team that reviews apps each and every day, they see a lot of apps, a lot of scenarios. They're familiar with the history of these apps, the history of the rejections. They're also familiar when they send an app to technical investigations, and technical investigations find something, they familiarize themselves with the patterns. And so in the case of an app that switches from a wallpaper app to a full-blown pornography website, they're aware of the icon and the imagery that wallpaper app had. They're aware of the call to actions of the keywords and the marketing text that app had. And so they're astute enough to find similar apps that our tools are not capable of detecting, but are attempting to do the same thing. And so not only is there things that they see personally that are clearly offensive, clearly a rejection, they're also able to astutely know that there's a potential concern in these apps when they send them to TI, and more often than not, they're able to verify it.
Is information gathered from human review used to make any form of adjustment to the tools that we've discussed?
Yes, every day. So one of these examples, I think a specific one, I mentioned pornography, but we also have cases where apps bait and switch to illegal gambling. And so there's certain coins or like fish, a clownfish will be a signal that there's potential illegal gambling in a particular app. You combine those with a series of things. And so when the reviewer escalates that to our ARC team, our App Store Improvement team, and our technical investigation group, we're able to not only look at that signal, but we can see that those apps happen to call similar URLs. And so we can then codify that into a rule to potentially proactively detect those, route them away from the team, the core team, directly to our ARC team and our TI team, such that they can do the upfront technical investigation. And more often than not, those result in a termination.
And does the human review process, in your view, provide any assistance to developers?
Yes, we are within developer relations, and I think that's a really important notion. When I joined Apple and started working with the app review team, we had this phrase, this was when I was an engineering manager, the phrase is, let's get them to yes. Let's try to figure out how to work with the developer within the construct of the guidelines and try to get great apps to the store. And so in order to do that, we have to be a customer support organization. We're a developer support organization. And so we've worked with, I think, like last year, 150,000 developers submitted a new app to the store for the first time. It's a jaw-dropping number. Those developers that have not had any familiarity with the guidelines and the process, and there's a human being on the end of every rejection. The developer can respond to us. We can respond back to them. We call them. They can call us as well. These are things that I think a developer relations organization and where we sit tells that story, but I'm happy to tell it very specifically.
Thank you, Mr. Cognita. And can you tell us how long does it take to complete the app review process?
So it varies. Our goal, and a promise that we've made to developers, is that we will complete a review for your app, 50% of apps, within 24 hours. We refer to this as our SLA, our service level agreement. And so this is something that we've committed to them at WWC. We committed to them the guidelines themselves on developer.apple.com. So 50% in 24 hours, 90% within 48 hours. And then the individual review, once a reviewer is tasked with the review of that app, that varies widely based on the complexity of the app.
We'll ask some questions about the average time.
So you said that was your promise, but is that what you've delivered?
Absolutely. The SLA today, as of this morning, is 96% within 24 hours.
You mentioned the time an individual reviewer takes to complete a review. And there was questioning about that yesterday. Do you believe the average amount of time it takes individual reviewers to complete the process is a meaningful number?
No, I think you can take the average and mean something mathematically, but apps are so different. Developers have creative ideas that are entirely different. Some apps take hours to review. Other apps take less than a minute to review. A lot of our app submissions are updates, and the functionality that's in those apps has been previously reviewed. Some apps are submitted in a response to a rejection, and the thing that we're looking at that point is, did the developer resolve the issue? And so that's a different length of review. Some apps are complex role-playing games that have a 30-minute video trailer. And while that's painful for the reviewer sometimes, because they got to wait for the whole thing before they can proceed with the review, we do it, and that's just a review that takes a little longer.
And going back to the quick question about the SLA over time, if we could take a look at Exhibit DX4374, I believe this was admitted yesterday. And if you look at page 8 of that document, it has iOS app processing SLA 5 weeks through November 16th, 2019. Would you explain those numbers to the court?
So this is the same presentation that includes all of our SLA numbers and our rejection numbers. This is a week of data, and here we're looking at the average SLA, our 24-hour SLA and our 2-day, 48-hour SLA for the various days within that period, and then the average. So the average in this period, by a week through November 16th, 2019, the average for 24 hours was 89.8%, and the average for 48-hour SLA was 96.6%.
Thank you. And Mr. Cosmica, have the number of app submissions changed over time?
Yes.
And how have they changed?
It's generally grown.
And what has been Apple's response to that increase?
Apple's response to App Review has been ongoing investment and resources, not just within our own organization, but cross-functionally across all the organizations that support this process and support the store. So we've only had to get better in terms of resourcing and efficiency and quality given those numbers.
I'd like to ask you to look at PX0335 in your binder. The cover email is from you to a Mr. Ricardo Cortez. This is dated September 30th, 2015. Would you take a look at that document and identify what it is for the court?
This document is a presentation for a program, not a software program. This is a project, I guess is a better way to describe it, that we called Columbus. And the purpose of Columbus was to heavily invest in app review automation and efficiency.
And if you would look at page 6, I believe it is, of that document, there's a slide that discusses goals. Can you explain what's being conveyed here?
Yeah, the goals of Columbus, this time I was managing the engineering, the tools team, and we had a vision for how to improve tools and the overall process of app review. And our goals is to reduce the number of manual reviews, reduce the developer perceived review time. And what that means is if your app is rejected and you continue to get rejected because you're unable to resolve the issue, the perceived review time for developers actually from the initial submission to the point they're approved. And so it's not just to make sure that we review the app faster, it's actually that we give them the support that they need as well. And improve consistency and quality.
Mr. Cosmica, I neglected to ask, is this a presentation that you prepared?
Yes.
And who did you present it to?
This presentation made it to a number of cross-functional executives. I think the email said I'm sending the presentation to my manager in case I lost it. And what that tells me here is that this was either a presentation to Eddie Q, Phil Schiller, or both. This presentation made it to all of the above.
And can you take a look at the document? And I believe it is page 42 of the document. That's not the right page, so let me try again. If you could flip through it, Mr. Cosmica, and find the slide that you believe represents the changes you suggested in your presentation.
apologies. I'm unable to find this document in my binder.
Can I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yeah, I can see this. The number on the bottom is it ends with 0142.
What is the caption?
The caption is tracks.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Cosmico. Can you explain what the recommendations were you were making here?
Yeah, so this aligns nicely with those goals we talked about a slide ago. Goal was to reduce manual reviews and reduce review time. In order to do this, we need to invest in additional automation and validations. This was the rule engine that I discussed with Mozart. All of this would feed into a concept we call assisted review. It's dependent on human beings, but we provide human beings with important information and facts such that they can make more accurate and more efficient decisions. And then overall, tool efficiency was a heavy investment. One of the bottlenecks of reviewing an app is actually installing and launching the app. And so investing in something to improve that, which we did, improves app review, improves the performance, improves the SLA, and makes the job of reviewing apps even more enjoyable.
This is 2015, 6 years later.
Yeah, this program still exists.
So what has changed in the last 6 years?
We've implemented the vast majority of the ideas and initiatives within this. Additionally, there's additional things. So in this particular presentation, we have binary similarity and binary analysis. We now do computer vision on images and icons. We do file analysis beyond just what's in the binary. Binaries in the package that the developer sends to us may have configuration files, JavaScript files, instructions for how the app should behave. We analyze this as well. The tool, I think in this particular presentation, we were on Magellan 1. It hadn't launched yet. It had launched in 2016. I believe we're on Magellan 3 at this point, working towards Magellan 4. I believe Magellan 2 is a complete rewrite of Magellan 1. And Mozart itself, our system that we rely on to conduct these reviews, has become more performant, more thorough, and has tremendously assisted in our ability to adhere to the SLA.
You don't have an understanding of how much economically was invested to get to where you are today versus 2015?
No, I do not. I think this is a difficult question for us to answer because in order to pull anything off in this presentation, we needed cross-functional help beyond just my particular engineering team. So while in this, I think we grew the team by 20 engineers, those engineers were largely focused on Mozart itself, which is database and services and search, and a number of the engineers were focused on binary analysis, a number were focused on the desktop app. We would have had hundreds of folks across the company helping to do this. And across the company in completely different organizations. App transparency is a tool that we introduced after this. And that transparency exists in our security organization. Our fraud organizations, which are not within app review, help with app review and discovery abuse. We're not reviewing the apps, but we rely on their tools, algorithms, etc. And so I think it's part of how we do business. It's a critical part of what we do. The app ingest process, the effort to get a test flight beta app to a tester, the effort to get an iOS app to a customer through the App Store, all of that is a precursor to performing a review of an app, and it's all bundled into just how this stuff works. So it's very hard to answer.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach the witness just to get the binder back?
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Kosminko, to prepare for your testimony today, Would you compile data on the rejection rate for app submissions in 2020?
We do have the rejection rate for submissions in 2020, yes.
If we could see the next demonstrative, I think it's 13. And can you explain to the court what was the rejection rate in 2020?
It's around 40%.
And we looked earlier at data from earlier time periods where the rejection rate varied from 33 to I think it was 36%. Why do you believe the rejection rate has increased?
I think that deep analysis has provided facts that we would have otherwise not been able to see. So our systems have improved. And I think also that the review team itself continues to improve. So the signals that the reviewers have identified that feed back into the system results in similar issues not being encountered again by customers. And so that results in more rejections. And so if we are to be more consistent and have higher quality, in order to do that, we need to ensure that we're catching things the first time around and that we're making sure they're compliant and that the impact is more rejections.
And the presentation that you talked about, your 2015 presentation, do you believe the investment made as a result of that had an impact on this rejection rate?
Yes.
How many app submissions were rejected for privacy guideline violations in 2020, Mr. Commander?
215,000.
And how many were rejected for privacy violations in 2019?
I believe it was 150,000.
How many app submissions of new apps were rejected overall in 2020?
I think that was 1 million in 2020.
And in 2020, how many rejections were there for app updates?
I believe that was another 1 million.
Were new developers able to get their apps submitted and on the App Store in 2020?
Yes.
And do you have a number of how many?
Yeah, I said previously that we worked with 150,000 developers that for the first time were submitting an app to the App Store. A large number of those that have made it to the store, but also that 1 million new apps that were rejected, the vast majority of those make it to the store as well. As I said, we're a developer relations organization. Our goal is to work with developers and resolve issues. And so in the case of some privacy guideline violations, if it's not clear and transparent and makes sense to the customer, that will be a rejection, but we work with the developer to make sure that they have the resources to resolve the issues. And so I would say the majority of those do end up making it to the store compliant after they heard our feedback and made adjustments.
Okay, and then I want to talk about what happens post-approval. Do you sometimes learn that there are apps in the store that don't meet the guidelines, notwithstanding your efforts in the app review process?
Yes.
And how do you learn that?
We learn it through a variety of ways. Customers can report it to us through AppleCare and report a concern or report a problem flow through iTunes and the App Store. We also learn it through watching social media, watching the news, PR, and our customers happen to also email executives, and so we'll see those types of emails as well, and we take them all with the same level of seriousness.
Do any of your tools, your automated tools, monitor for problematic apps?
They do.
Which tools, sir?
One of the tools that does this is Mercury. It's that grid of iOS devices exercising the apps.
And what happens when a problem app is brought to your attention?
So the team will investigate the app. And so this is our ARC team, App Review Compliance. They'll investigate the app. If the concerns are substantiated, if we've determined that it is indeed in violation of the guidelines, depending on what the violation is, if it's something like child exploitation and child pornography, it's obviously an immediate removal of the app. If the concern happens to be a minor bug with the app, the developer could have 14 days to resolve the issue, and we'll send them a written message with the rejection, and they can resolve that issue. We also see reports of some of those apps with hidden functionality, and so it's clear to us that this is not just an isolated case, that there will be additional apps like this. And so we'll work with our technical investigations team to do what we call signal collection, where we'll go and find facts and then see if those facts match up to other apps on the store. One example of this is we had a report of an app that was collecting location data and sending that location data to data brokers without user consent. And so by looking at the app doing signal collection, we could track this back to a third-party developer SDK that was behaving in this manner, and we could find all of the apps that happen to have that SDK. We could let the developers of those apps know that this is what their app is doing, how it's behaving, and that they need to resolve it. And so people, signal investigation, and then using the tools to assist us in having the most efficient, high-quality impact we can have for our customers.
Thank you. Mr. President, I've been given a note that I need to move PX 335 into evidence.
Any objections?
Pardon me. No objection, Your Honor.
Noted. The first one of the day.
Mr. Cosmingo, do you believe Apple is unique in its ability to review iOS apps?
Yes.
Can you explain why?
I think from a competitive standpoint, the App Store is regarded as the safest and trusted app store. The review process itself is regarded as rigorous. And then from just focusing on iOS itself, I'm not sure how we would do this without Apple employees, Apple investment in infrastructure. Simple things, for example, iOS 14.5 released recently. In order to support that, we needed to update all of our infrastructure, all of our tools, in addition to the App Store itself. This is a highly coordinated effort. We have launch teams within App Review entirely focused on the features within iOS 14.5, our app tracking transparency, the training sessions for the reviewers and all of the relationship managers worldwide to make sure that they prepare developers for these changes. I don't know how you do that without Apple doing it for Apple's App Store.
Does Apple's specialized knowledge of the iPhone's hardware, the iPad's hardware, enhance its ability to conduct app review?
Yes.
What about its knowledge of the iOS system itself? Does that enhance its ability to conduct app review?
Absolutely.
Do you believe third parties could do just as good a job with app review as your team at Apple?
No.
Can you explain why not?
As I mentioned, I think there's other companies that also have app stores. And the example we shared today of an app that's on their store, with human review, that app would not be on our store.
Does the app review process benefit consumers in your view, Mr. President?
Yes.
Can you explain why that is?
Consumers appreciate that an Apple employee has installed and run an app.
Honor, please use for testimony. Foundation, sustained. Is the app review process intended to benefit consumers, Mr. Cosmingo?
Yes, as we stated in the beginning of the guideline, the vision behind the App Store, our mission is to make sure it's a great place for customers to get great apps.
And is the app review process intended to benefit developers as well?
Yes. Similarly, in that introduction, we state that it's a great opportunity for all developers.
Epic has alleged in this case that Apple's app review process is a sham, a pretext, that it doesn't improve security, and it's only designed to protect Apple's monopoly. What is your reaction to that allegation, Mr. Cosmingo?
I think it neglects the 2 million apps that we rejected and improved the experience for our customers in 2020. So I definitely take offense to it being a sham. I also think in the case of an unverified hotfix, the app review process took the appropriate actions to make sure that that app is no longer on the store, not in compliance with the rules.
Thank you, Mr. President. Broadcast Woodman.
Mr. Jim?
I'm going to just bear with me and to get a few more materials over here. That's fine. Good morning, Mr. Kuzminka.
Good morning.
I just want to circle back to a couple of things that you covered with your counsel. You mentioned Snapchat and bunny ears in response to the judge's question, and I wasn't really sure whether I caught it, whether you thought that was a game or not.
No, I don't think it's a game.
Okay. And TikTok, you're familiar with TikTok?
Yes.
And that has challenges in them from time to time?
I believe they do have some challenges, yes.
Is TikTok a game?
TikTok itself is not a game.
Are the challenges within TikTok game?
I would have to look, but I believe TikTok's compliant with our 4.7 rules.
Separate question, just asking if you're familiar with the challenges and whether you consider the challenges within TikTok a game.
I'm not personally familiar. I haven't used these challenges in TikTok.
Circling back to Roblox then, which we talked about yesterday and then again today, you mentioned your kids play Roblox?
My kids do not play Roblox.
Okay, they play Minecraft.
Minecraft.
Apologies. And with respect to Roblox, you mentioned certain experiences that can occur within Roblox, right?
That's right.
And are you familiar with Roblox? Have you played within Roblox?
I've installed Roblox and have used it, yes.
Okay. And so with respect to the experiences within Roblox, are those occurring within a 3D or three-dimensional world?
One of the experience I tried was yes.
And the Roblox users have three-dimensional avatars?
Yes.
Are you familiar with whether Roblox has held concerts within Roblox?
I'm not.
Have you heard the term metaverse?
Yes.
Is Roblox a metaverse-style experience?
I'm not an expert in the term metaverse.
How do you define it?
How do I define it? I think that I'd have to speculate on metaverse. I've heard the term, but it's not something that I'm comfortable defining.
Understanding that you cannot define it, what is your general understanding of the term as it's used?
As it's used, I think that...
Speculation.
He can testify to his own understanding.
So my own understanding of the metaverse is I think of it like a virtual world where you go with a particular character and are with players that you know, players you may not know, and you navigate around that metaverse, which could include additional worlds and various experiences.
And so with respect to Roblox, again, just using your understanding, you mentioned that Roblox does allow individuals to gather and hang out, I think was the word you used, with their friends, right?
Basically.
And that's one aspect of the metaverse understanding that you have?
I think that's one aspect of it, yes.
And Roblox allows users to navigate around worlds?
I believe so.
And so that was also part of your understanding of metaverse?
Yes.
Are you familiar with Fortnite, Mr. Kazinka?
Yes.
Have you participated in a Fortnite experience?
I have.
Have you attended any of Fortnite's concerts?
I have not.
And Fortnite is a virtual world where you go with a character.
I wouldn't refer to Fortnite as a world.
Fortnite has world islands where individuals can go.
I've always looked at Fortnite as a game. I don't think of it as a world.
And are you familiar with Battle Royale?
Yes.
Is that what you're thinking of?
Yeah.
Have you ever gone to Party Royale?
No.
Have you ever done creative mode in Fortnite?
No.
Are you familiar with what creative mode is?
No.
Are you familiar with what Party Royale is?
No.
Are you aware that Fortnite holds concerts?
Yes.
Are you aware that Fortnite screens movies?
No.
Are you aware that individuals can go into a completely separate aspect of Fortnite, separate from Battle Royale, and hang out with their friends?
No.
You discussed IAP a bit with your counsel just in the prior hour or so. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
And you were asked about Exhibit 300, PX 300. Do you still have that in front of you, Mr. Kuzminka, which is in evidence?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. If you could go back to PX 300.6, which is page 6. You were asked, Mr. Kuzminka, about the 3.1.1 rejections. Is that right?
That's right.
And you were asked if that was, I think the word was primary reason for rejections. Is that right?
That's right.
And you said it was not the primary reason, right?
I believe I said it was not a primary reason.
Okay, it was one of the top 10 reasons, right?
It's on our top 10 rejected list, yes.
Right. So out of all of the reasons for apps being rejected, for all of your guidelines, guideline 3.1.1 was one of the top 10 reasons why apps were rejected for this week, right?
Yes.
Sellers of physical goods are not required to use IAP for in-app purchases, correct?
We're not required to use IAP for the sale of physical goods.
Right. Understood. And do you recall a time where Uber and Lyft were launching membership subscriptions?
I do.
And Uber and Lyft, separate from the subscriptions, when they're just offering individual rides, that is a purchase or a transaction that does not require IAP, correct?
That's a physical service, yes, no IAP.
And when they were going to be offering membership subscriptions, there was discussion within Apple as to whether to impose a IAP requirement and a commission, right?
I wouldn't look at it that way.
Okay, there was a time where Apple considered imposing an IAP requirement on Uber and Lyft to offer membership subscriptions to their users, correct?
There's discussion around Uber and Lyft as to whether their subscription would need to use IAP.
And if it were required to use IAP, it would also call for a 30% commission or 15% thereafter?
It would be our standard commission would apply.
Right. Any app that is required to use IAP gets the standard applicable commission.
Yes.
I have a new binder that I can hand to the court and to Mr. Kuzminka. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yeah.
Mr. Kuzminka, if you could turn to PF 2235 for identification.
I'm sorry, I don't have that document. 2235,
I do not see a 2235 in this binder.
I have it. Look after 2114.
Okay. False alarm. Mr. Kuznick, would you like some help?
It's towards the back, fourth to back, I think.
Thank you.
Got it?
Yep.
Great. This is an email from you to ERB team. Do you see that?
I do see this, yes.
And this is an email from you to an ERB team email address sent on October 31, 2018, correct?
That's correct.
And I'll offer PX 2235 into evidence.
No objection?
Yes, objection is to the hearsay component, Your Honor. It includes communications from third parties.
It's admitted with the same note as always. Those portions will be admitted under the rules, or at least considered under the federal rules. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just to be clear, the bottom email is from an Apple employee. There's one small reference to a Verge article on the bottom.
Yeah. Again, as always, I don't have a chance to look at the details of this 4-page document, and when I consider it, I'll operate in terms of its admissibility.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Consistent with the federal rules. Go ahead.
Understood. Mr. President, this email is an email you received discussing Uber's launch of a membership subscription without IAP and with no prior communication to Apple, right?
Yes.
Do you recall this incident?
I do not.
Do you know whether Apple decided whether or not to require IAP for membership subscriptions for Uber and Lyft, et cetera?
The majority of those membership subscriptions are physical services, so no IAP is required.
And you believe the reason why no IAP is required is because they're physical services? That's your basis for thinking that?
Yes.
And were you involved in the discussions as to whether IAP requirements should be imposed on those subscriptions?
Yes.
And are you aware that there are other aspects of subscriptions for those memberships that are not involving physical goods or services being transferred?
No.
You were asked a bit about private APIs, and I just want to be clear on what is a private API and what is not a private API. Push notification is not a private API, right?
No.
And ARKit is not a private API, right?
No.
What about Siri Search? That's an API that you can use for a native app, right?
Developers can integrate with Siri Search, yes.
And that's not a private API.
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, just making sure, since I think I asked an inartful question. Push notifications are not a private API.
PushKit, which powers push notifications, and believe is public.
You talked about the App Store Improvement Program on your prior testimony,
That's right.
and that's sometimes referred to, I think you said ASI in that demonstrative.
That's right.
And that started approximately 5 years ago in 2016, right?
Yes.
That's not a new recent effort.
Going effort, but it started in 2016.
If you could please turn to PX 326. That's for identification. this is an email that you received on November 21, 2019, correct?
Correct?
Your Honor, I offer PX 326 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
And this is a reference in here that to the same App Store improvement program we were just discussing.
This is
I'm so sorry, Your Honor. Apologies.
Go ahead.
Is this a reference to the same App Store improvement program we were just discussing?
Yes, it is.
So, generally, your testimony about the fraction or rate of bad apps getting through app review?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to turn, do you still have the other binder that your counsel gave you in front of you?
I do not.
Okay. May I ask counsel to give it back to me so I can give it to him?
Yeah, you should have it.
Oh,
Sorry, yes, I do.
okay, thank you. If you could turn to DX 4399, that is in that binder. Thank you. What is this document?
This looks like an App Store business or App Store program update.
And there's a portion of that document that addresses app review, right?
Yes.
And this is from 2017?
I believe so, yes.
If you could turn to page 4399.064. You're there?
I'm here.
And so 2017 is about a year or so into the App Store Improvements Program.
Yes.
And on this slide, DX 4399.064, there's a reference to 400,000 plus apps removed, right?
That's right.
And that's removed pursuant to the App Store Improvement Program.
That's right.
And so already 1 year in, Apple had removed 400,000 or more apps as part of the App Store Improvement Program.
Yes.
And those were all apps that had made it through app review and were currently on the App Store.
Yes.
Presented a demonstrative during your counsel's questioning that showed the portion of 2020 app submissions that have been approved and rejected. Do you remember that?
I do.
Okay, can we please put the slide 13 from counsel's presentation up on the screen, please?
This is demo 13.
That's right, Your Honor. And this is the slide we were just talking about?
Yes.
I take it you don't want 4399 in evidence?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
The information on this slide is suggesting that for the 2020 app submissions, 40% were rejected, right?
Yes.
And you gave an estimate of overall that was about 2 million apps rejected.
Yes.
Your Honor, I received a note that I would indeed like to admit the X4399 into evidence.
Okay. No objection?
No objection.
4399 submitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. And so what I didn't think you gave us was the overall number of submissions for 2020. Do you have that?
Not off the top of my head.
You know the number of rejections, but you don't know the number of approvals or overall submissions.
No, I have a range.
Okay, is it around the average of 4.9 million along the lines of the last 3 years before?
No, I think we're up to over 7 million.
Over 7 million. So 2 million, is that 40% of 7 million?
So in the case of the large sum, an app would be, if it was submitted multiple times, let's say it was submitted this week and they failed to resolve the issue, submitted again a month later, and they were continuing, that would be multiple rejections.
And multiple submissions?
Multiple submissions, yes.
Okay. So again, we have 2 million rejections for one time and multiple submissions included, right?
Yeah, but also on the second half of that 2 million, the 1 million for updates, that also would have been apps that were live on the store.
All I'm trying to figure out is just the math. You said that 2 million total apps went through app review in 2020 and you got a rejection X next to it, right?
Yes, but the updates that were rejected, that may not have been a submission to app review, that may have been a live app. So it would not have been reflected in the 100,000 per week submissions that we get. So,
in other words, they are or they are not in the 40%?
I think we would have to look at those 2 million differently because it's including re-review tasks that would not be in the overall 7 million submission number.
So if you look at the overall submission number, the number of rejections is much lower than 40%.
No, I don't believe it is.
What do you believe it is?
I believe that the number of submissions that we get per week and the number of rejections that we get per week, if you look at that average, it's 40% for 2020. I think that the 2 million that I was referencing earlier, 1 million of that was new submissions, and another million of that was a culmination of both updates that were submitted, but also live apps that we discovered through our automation or social listening, escalations, etc. And that would not have counted as a submission in that weekly submission number. It also would not have counted as a submission in the approximately 7 million I quoted earlier.
Okay. So I'm still, and this could be my fault, I'm not getting the numbers. So what is different about what you're counting in the 7 million number and what you're including in the 40%?
My apologies. When an app is submitted for review, and we get on that slides we looked at earlier, the statistics, there's roughly 100,000 iOS submissions per week. There's roughly a 40% rejection rate for those submissions. Of the total actions that we took in 2020, some of those actions were on a submission, and some of those actions were as a result of us finding an issue with a live app. And so I don't believe we can take at least one of that million and use it as a way to determine whether the 40% is accurate or not. There's separate numbers for separate things.
Okay, so I should completely ignore that discussion about what that other million was. So now I just want to talk about what the 40% is here on this slide.
Yeah, let's talk about the 40%.
Okay, let's talk about that. What are you saying is included in the 40%?
This summary was based on all of the apps submitted to app review in 2020 thus far, and the percentage of that was rejected.
And you're saying that, so if I do the math, it's about 2.8 million?
I'm not sure you get that math.
Doing 40% of 7 million.
That sounds about right.
So there's more complicated math that I'm going to now have to do in my head, but let's try. So you're not saying, of course, on this slide that the 215,000 rejections for privacy guideline violations explains the 40%, right?
No, this is an example of things that would have been in the 40%.
Okay. So the privacy guideline violations there are a subset of the red 40% of rejections.
That's right.
And so we're talking about 215,000 out of 7 million apps submitted were rejected for privacy guideline violations.
Roughly.
2 to 3% overall.
Sounds right.
Let's just talk about the privacy guideline violations a little bit further. So that guideline violation, I think you talked about on your testimony with the council, was referring to section 5.1 of the guidelines. Is that right?
I believe so.
If you could turn to PX 56 in evidence.
And we have about 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Let's see the guideline.
Turn to PX 56.19.
Okay.
And there you find guideline 5.1 on privacy, right?
Yes.
Okay. And everything underneath 5.1 constitutes a privacy guideline?
Yes.
Including 5.1.1 on data collection and storage, right? And Laminate 1 underneath that is called privacy policy, right?
Yes.
It says that all apps must include a link to their privacy policy in the App Store Connect metadata field and within the app in an easily accessible manner, correct?
Correct.
And it goes on to say what that information has to provide, right?
That's right.
So an app can be rejected based on its failure to include that link to their privacy policy, right?
Yes.
They might have the policy, they just omitted the link.
The link now is not possible to be omitted because this is something that is checked at the submission process.
Okay, but that has not always been the case, right?
That's right.
Okay, and so before it was the case, apps could have been rejected for just failing to include the link, right?
That's right.
And that would have been a privacy violation.
Yes.
And you can't tell us in any given year in any of these data that you've looked at what proportion of the privacy guideline violations are for that individual guideline.
That number?
Okay. It's a breaking point, Your Honor.
All right, let's go in recess then for 20 minutes. Thank you. Oh, and before I go, Ms. Forrest, I did, when you were not here, compliment your leadership and that of opposing counsel and your clients for the diversity that I've seen on these teams. It's much appreciated.
I'm going to go to the room if you want to come.
I can. I can send it to you, but I figured it might be. Sure, of course. It's PRMG, okay, so I know you're, okay, sure.
Swimming up.
Pour up for a good time, Corona, get that good vibe. Drinking till the sunrise, just like we used to do. Mexico, let's go there. Yeah, sex is slow, I don't care where we go as long as I'm there with you. Just like we used to do. Still tell all your friends what we used to do. Yeah. I say the feeling's mutual. Distance between us dissolves when I fly over. Pull up, shotgun, sitting wide open. Hop in, tell me how your life been. Used to talk every day till the night's end. Been a year now, I'ma need the whole school. You thriving, update me on them goals too. Yeah, I could listen to you forever. Filling up a few of them strong, never let them take us anywhere they plan to. Don't jump the gun, but when we sippin' something, you already know what's up. Lean back, I'll take you where we used to go. We both familiar on what the future holds. Bottoms up for the time that we wasted. A later we got reacquainted. For a good time, Corona, get that good vibe. Drinking till the sunrise, just like we used to do. Mexico, let's go there. Yeah, sex is slow, I don't care where we go as long as I'm there with you. Just like we used to do. You work hard, you need a vacation. I'll take your lifestyle, rearrange it. Put you on a plane with a destination, a white sand. All this funded off a mic stand. My right hand, I'm catering to your life. From the room, see the waves to the shoreline. Skin tan, you blended with the locals. Burn bread on you, something we could toast to. I'll promote you, show you to the universe. Got a couple on reserve, but you was first. Yeah, always have, always will be. You're the only one who gotta know the real me. So lean back, I'll take you where we used to go. From the clouds, you can view the coast. I feel the same for you. I don't even gotta say shit. Later we got reacquainted. For a good time, Corona, get that good vibe. Drinking till the sunrise, just like we used to do. Mexico, let's go there. Yeah, sex is slow, I don't care where we go as long as I'm there with you. Just like we used to do. Usually I put it down and withdraw. You always getting a round of applause. Standing ovation, give me an encore. Yeah, I need an encore. Tell me that you coming home with me. Love it when you fitting close to me. Showing you how it's supposed to be. I know you know it's me. Pour up for a good time. Corona, get that good vibe. Drinking till the sunrise, just like we used to do. Mexico, let's go there. Yeah, sex is slow, I don't care where we go as long as I'm there with you. Just like we used to do. we go again. Trying hard, but you wanna be my friend. Ain't no place to hide, ain't no one to run to. Here we go again. Call my bluff, I'ma be here till the end. I'm the one you ride, I'm the one you ride to. If you don't wanna change, ain't no place to hide, ain't no one to run to. If you don't wanna change, I can help you out, 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 I can help you out. Here we go again. Time is up and I'm calling up my friends. Ain't no wonder why, ain't no one to ride to. Here we go again. Call me up and you wanna be my friend. I'm the one you ride, I'm the one you ride to. If you don't wanna change, ain't no place to hide, ain't no one to run to. If you don't wanna change, I can help you out, 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 I can help you out. Look, if you don't wanna change, ain't no place to hide, ain't no one to run to. If you don't wanna change, I can help you out, 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 brothers on the rise now. Endless celebrations all in my house. Levitating now, I'm super duper fly now. London boy, but DC where I reside now. Put the time in while you always yelling time out. If you quit it, cause I know I'm coming with it. You were sitting, you were wishing I was handling my business. Now I got the ball like Harry Potter playing Quidditch. And my business is humongous, you would think that happens in it. Damn man, I'm all that, yeah, I'm all that. Looking for that whip, yeah, that what you call that. I'ma blow up in the summer, have him yelling fall back. And I've always been ahead like an effing ball cap. Man, I came in the game like, whoa. Got a couple chains on me cause I like them. They told me I'm the best, and I told them I know. Cause when I'm in your town, every ticket I sold. Yeah, they saying I'm the man.
I'm going to try to speak more slowly.
Tell me where they at though. I'm the new.
Okay, we are back on the record. We're back on the record. The record will reflect that the parties are present, the witnesses on the stand. You may proceed.
Mr. Kuzminka, you talked earlier about SLAs. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And that refers to the length of time that your processes for app review would take place?
It refers to what a developer should expect with respect to how long an app will go through review.
If you could please turn to PX442 for identification.
That's it.
This is an email from you to Sean Suden and others on February 14, 2018, correct?
Yes.
And this is an email discussing the anticipated release of Fortnite on iOS.
Yes.
Your Honor, I offer PX442 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
Admitted.
On page 442.2, in the second page there, there's some challenges discussed, right?
Yes.
And one of them, if you go to the end of item 1, it says, with the recent content update cadence, getting stuck in app review is their single biggest concern/risk, right?
I see this, yes.
And that's discussing the fact that because Fortnite is a multi-platform app that releases content on a very frequent basis, that it really needs to understand what the cadence is going to be for app review at Apple, right?
Yes.
And there's discussion in here that even with a 48-hour SLA, the app review process would be a bottleneck for their entire ecosystem of updates, right? You can put that aside and please turn to PX446 for identification, please.
Yes.
Have you ever seen this email before?
You can include it earlier in the thread.
And it refers to discussions that you had with these individuals, right?
Yes.
And on the first page, there's a reference to a 3-day meeting with you, right?
Yes.
And there's discussion again here about not wanting iOS to be the bottleneck for cross-platform developers, but the reality of the situation is we sometimes are that bottleneck, right?
That's what was wrote here, looking off the thread.
And it says, continues on, given the exchange with Tristan and others on this topic, there really isn't anything we can do to change that, right?
That's what's written here.
Your Honor, I offer PX 446 into evidence. Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Submitted. Thank you. During app review that we've discussed at some length, Apple tries to screen for apps that attempt to scam users, right? Another word for that type of app might be fraudulent app.
Yeah.
Fraudulent apps do make it through app review, correct?
Everybody makes mistakes.
Fraudulent apps do make their way through app review, right?
Yes.
You were shown on your direct testimony from your counsel PX 335. Do you recall that, and would you please turn to it? It's likely in the other binder.
Yes.
Okay, if you could please turn to page 335.6, which is the same page, one of the same pages your counsel showed you.
Yes.
This is the goals slide.
Yes.
And the first item, Your Honor, do you need a moment? Thank you. The first item says reduce number of manual reviews. Do you see that?
Yes.
I just want to understand, 'cause I don't think you talked about this. Does that mean that there is an effort or a goal to try to move some types of apps into fully automated review?
No.
What is that referring to?
So all apps go through the same review. What this is referring to is if we can front load a issue to a developer's attention and it doesn't require the human being to do this, it's benefits to the privacy policy example is a good one, where the machines take care of that initial look for app review.
So not that you would take the full process and automate it for any apps, but take some aspects of the process that were currently human and see if you can automate it.
Yes, but some apps would not make it to human review if they had issues detected.
Understood. I'm just trying to understand what that phrase means. And you're saying that some aspects that were currently human aspects of the review would be changed to an automated, machine-led review.
Change or enhance?
To an automated review.
Yes.
The second item is reduce developer perceived review time, right?
Yes.
And again, this is reference to the fact that developers perceive the review time as too long, right?
Yes.
The third item is improved consistency. Do you see that?
Yes.
And that goes both directions, right? Apps that make it through that shouldn't have, and apps that were rejected that should have been approved.
Yes.
What your counsel did not go through, I don't think, are there some notes below the slide, right? Speaker notes?
I see them, yes.
Okay. And it says map note, quote, ton of scam apps in store. Do you see that?
I do.
If you turn, please, to PX 335.8, 2 pages later.
see this, yes?
This is the top 10 rejection reasons, right?
Yes.
Guideline 5.1, or privacy, is not on here, right?
The guidelines changed. There is a privacy guideline here, but not 5.1 specifically.
Okay, which one?
17.2.
And that's 2%?
Is that way, yes?
And that's in line with what we talked about earlier? About your demonstrative slide 13?
Sounds right, yes.
If you turn to 335.20.
Can you repeat the number, sorry?
Sure. It's the dot 20. So reference ending 138 if you're looking at the base number.
And that's better because our copies don't have that dot reference.
Ah. Yes, ending 138.
Yes.
If you look at the speaker notes again there, sir, you see a ton of scam apps in store, correct?
I do?
If you turn to the base number ending 174, which also, for the record, is 335.56.
Can you repeat the, sorry?
Absolutely. It's the base ending 174.
Base is the reference to the number on a document.
Thank you.
I have that quote for jurors.
They haven't been deposed, though.
I see this, yeah.
Okay. This is talking about the potential acquisition of Source DNA, right?
That's right.
And that's the company you actually did acquire, right?
Apple did acquire Source DNA.
And you were also, if you look at the next page, also considering at the time potentially acquiring AppSauthority, right?
Yes.
And that's another company that offers dynamic and static analysis tools?
Yes.
Your Honor, I offer PX 335 into evidence.
It's already in.
Is it? No, apologies. Thank you. If you could please turn to PX 2084.
I see the document.
Thank you. This is an email you received on October 29, 2019, correct? And in 2019, do you recall becoming aware that Wandera, W-A-N-D-E-R-A, a security firm, identified 17 apps that load a malicious clicker Trojan model on an iOS device?
See the article, yes?
Do you recall becoming aware that the Wandera firm had identified 17 apps with a malicious clicker Trojan module?
I do not.
Your team investigated the issue, right?
Yes.
And these apps did in fact contain malicious clicker Trojan modules, right?
Yes.
And a malicious clicker Trojan module means that the app was carrying out ad fraud-related tasks in the background of the app, like continuously opening web pages or clicking links without a user interaction, right?
I'm not sure if the app would be in the background, but the activity would have been in the background of the app usage.
Meaning the activity of opening, clicking on ads, opening pages, that was happening without the user doing anything.
Correct.
And in addition to doing those activities, those types of apps can also potentially steal information of users, right?
Potentially.
Just if you could turn to page 2084.4, that has a list of the infected apps that Wandera identified. Let me know when you're there.
See the apps?
Okay. Do you see the second one there called?
This portion is hearsay in the document.
I could not hear you.
Objection, this portion is hearsay in the document that she's directing the witness to.
Oh, she's asking a question. Overruled.
You see the second app there is EMI Calculator and Loan Planner?
I do.
So let's now go back to the first page, 2084.1. There's an email from you on the bottom of that page. Do you see that? And you are discussing in that email the EMI Calculator and Loan Planner app, right?
Yes.
And you say, weird one, looks like we took it down, it came back to review, two folks ignored the notes, not hard to do that, and approved the app, correct? And there's a reference to the ARC group being involved?
Yes.
And that's that same group that used to be called UTB, right?
Yes.
And so you concluded, going back down the same page, after you identify what I just read, you say, quote, we are making critical errors. Do you see that?
Yes.
Your Honor, I offer into evidence PX 2084.
No objection?
Only objection to the hearsay portion, Your Honor.
Okay, so we have a standing note. Do you want to say that every single time, or will you all just, or can I have a standing order that when there is hearsay from a third party in these documents, when I go back to review them and consider them in the context of this case, I will consider them for their proper evidentiary purpose?
Yes, Your Honor.
That is acceptable, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, standing objection on both sides and a standing response. It's admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. You're also aware, are you not, that certain apps on the App Store have scammed users into purchasing subscriptions?
Yes, I'm aware of subscription scams.
And you're aware of subscription scams that, in fact, make their way through app review, get approved, and get onto the App Store, right?
I'm aware of those mistakes, yes.
You've described the fact that such apps make it past app review as, quote, shocking, right?
Yes.
If you could please turn to PX 2029 for identification.
See the document.
This is an email on the top from you on January 18, 2018, right?
That's right.
And the earliest email is from a non-Apple individual alerting Apple to what they described as a serious scam that is being perpetrated through the Apple App Store, right?
Yes.
And prior to receiving this email, you were not aware of the scam, right?
I'm not aware of this email prior to receiving it.
Are you aware of the scam? Do you recall being aware of the scam before receiving this email?
I don't have recollection of these apps before this email.
And he attaches a PDF that describes in detail how he thinks the scam operates.
Yes.
And you reviewed that PDF slide deck, right?
I believe so.
And in fact, you wrote that the contents of the PDF was shocking, right?
Yes.
And you also wrote, we need to think about how to stop this from happening, right?
Yes.
And stop this means stop apps from scamming users and making hundreds of thousands of dollars through these scams, right?
Stop apps from scamming users. Yes, I'm not aware of how much this app made.
It made money.
I'm not sure.
You have no understanding whatsoever as to whether it made any money?
I don't recall.
Are you aware of instances of scams that are not making money?
Yes.
On app store removals for scams, have you been removing them for doing other things?
Attempting to scam a user.
Okay. And to make money off of those users or to steal their data or something else?
All of the above. I think I'm making this distinction between whether this scam was successful or not and actually did make money.
Okay. So what you're just saying here is whether or not they were attempting to make money, you just don't know one way or the other.
I don't know how successful their scam was.
Your Honor, I offer PX 2029 into evidence.
No objection.
No objection.
Submitted.
Thank you. After this email, subscription scams continue to make their way onto the App Store to this day, right?
We still find apps in the review process and apps that have got through the review process that attempt to manipulate and scam customers.
And that's true today.
Yes.
You could also turn your binder to PX 372.
See the document?
That's an email you received on March 7, 2019.
Yes.
And this is another report from a customer into Apple that's discussed and circulated within Apple, right?
It's discussed and sent to the ARC team for investigation.
And the user complaint is detailing a scam where the app darkens the screen's brightness to 0 so that you can't read anything, and then an in-app notification to purchase premium membership appears for the low price of $89.99.
Yes.
And that is a charge that went through IAP, right?
I believe so.
And the email from your colleague to you and to the ARC team says, can you please jump on this? It looks like this could be another Touch ID scam, right?
That's right.
Your Honor, I offer PX 372 into evidence.
No objection.
No objection.
Submitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. If you could please turn to PX 371 in your binder.
I have the document.
This is an email chain from February 6, 2019, in which you participated, right?
Yes.
And the email in the middle of the page is an email from a developer. Do you see that?
I do.
And he's writing to
YIV.com
and some others about a highly dangerous app that can lead users with high blood pressure to believing that the blood pressure readings are accurate, right?
Can you repeat the document number? My apologies, I think I have the wrong one here.
Oh,
Yeah, I don't have that one.
371, okay. Let's see. It may be in that same binder from yesterday. That might be part of the problem, and we didn't make its way in. I'll move on, and we'll see if we can find it. Do you have PX364 in your binder? This will be PX bingo until we can get one.
So I do have 371 from yesterday.
Okay. Now I may approach the witness with it? No, thank you.
We're going to go back to 371.
I will do that, Your Honor. Mr. Kovnick, do you have PX 371?
I do see it, yes.
Thank you. And I was pointing to the middle of the page, an email from a developer. Do you see that?
Yes.
The subject line is fraudulent and life-threatening app.
You see this? Yes.
And the developer is complaining that this is an app that could mislead users about their blood pressure.
That's right.
And Mr. Schiller forwards that email on to you, right?
Yes.
And you report back.
I report back that the app is removed, yes.
You say it was removed, but you go on to say that there was no evidence of fraudulent IAP. The IAP was set up to remove ads and was clear to customers what they were getting, right?
That's right.
Okay. So that sentence is saying that they were not violating a number of guidelines, right?
There's some guidelines that are not violating, correct?
I didn't hear you.
Sorry, Your Honor. There was guidelines they were not violating.
But you went on to say the app is still nonsense and should not be on the store, right?
That's right.
What guideline is that a reference to?
I think what I would have been referring to here is that the app promises functionality that's not actually possible on our devices with accuracy. And so in that case, and now we actually have a guideline specifically that calls out blood pressure monitoring with out specific hardware as something that would be a violation.
And this app made its way through App Review, right?
That's right.
Now let's go to PX 364, please, in your binder.
371. No objection?
No objection.
371 submitted.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry, next.
364, Your Honor.
Okay, so I don't have it in today's binder. Was it in, I'll check yesterday's. Yes, it was in yesterday's as well.
So that same binder I handed you should have it. Apologies.
Thank you.
Thought we moved them over. 364, sir.
Let's see the document.
Thank you. And you recall during your prior testimony with your counsel talking about Headspace and copycat apps and that stuff?
I do.
And this email is, in fact, an email involving Headspace, right?
Yes.
And this email, the top of which is from you on November 30th, 2016.
That's right.
Okay. Ron, I'm going to go ahead and, before I forget, offer PX 364 into evidence.
No objection.
No objection.
Admitted.
Thank you. So in 2016, you spoke with the CEO of Headspace, right?
Yes.
And Headspace is an app on iOS?
Yes.
And you spoke with him after he had informed Apple that his app was, quote, suffering from repeated egregious theft of the app's IP in the Apple App Store, right?
Yes.
And those are copycat apps, right?
Yes.
And he told your team that consumers were leaving negative comments on the app's social channels because of those copycat apps.
Yes.
And those copycat apps were approved by App Review, right?
Yes.
So I just want to understand, is a copycat app only a problem if it's copying an app that's currently on the iOS App Store?
No.
So if a company that doesn't have an app on iOS finds a copycat of their business on iOS, they can call up Apple and complain?
They can go through a disputes process.
Okay, so for Fortnite, for example, if you find a copycat app of Fortnite, even though Fortnite is not on iOS, that would be grounds to remove that app?
We would try to. We don't want customers to be confused with a developer impersonating another developer, period.
And at the app review stage, reviewers are supposed to be on the lookout for copycat apps, right?
Reviewers and tools.
And they're comparing not only reviewers and tools. And with respect to the app review process, human reviewers are familiar with the apps that are on iOS. Is that how they're doing it?
Generally, there's a lot of apps, so they're certainly not familiar with all of the apps, but the tools help support them.
And so would you be upset to learn that there were copycat apps of Fortnite on iOS App Store currently?
Yeah, we investigated those.
Okay. So if I told you that something called Battle Survival was on the App Store, you'd send your team to investigate it?
If you, like any developer, report that there's an issue with an app, we will send a request to the ARC team to investigate and ensure that the app's compliant with our rules.
Or did I just throw Battle Survival under the bus?
Maybe you did.
Apple talks about protecting privacy, and we spent some time on that today, right? That's guideline 5.1.
It's one of our privacy temples, yes.
And we've discussed that there have been rejections for privacy violations, right?
Yes.
And likewise, there have been approvals for apps that have gotten through that violate privacy guidelines.
Yes, we make mistakes.
And you make mistakes on privacy.
We make, yeah, absolutely. We make mistakes across all of the platforms.
Please turn to PX 365.
So 365, well, it's in both binders.
Okay. One of them made their way over. Your choice. Small or big binder, I think.
Okay. I believe I see 365.
Great. This is an email chain from March 6, 2018, in which you participated, sir?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move PX 365 into evidence.
No objection.
No objection.
Admitted.
Let's please go to the email from March 5th from Mr. Schiller in the middle of the first page, please.
It's you?
He is forwarding on an article from the Wall Street Journal, right?
Yes.
The title of that is Your Location Data is Being Sold, Often Without Your Knowledge, right?
Correct.
And Mr. Schiller says, there appears to be rampant use of location data based on SDKs that slope it up after a user approves, far beyond what people think they are allowing just for the app experiences they expect. Do you see that?
Yes.
Ask you to look into it?
Correct.
And you say you will.
Yes.
Those apps that are being reported in this article were approved by App Review, right?
Yes.
You talk about reviewing for objectionable content in your testimony with your counsel. Do you recall that?
I do.
So, objectionable content, you gave some examples.
Yes.
We're not going to go back through those. We'll talk about some others. But objectionable content can refer to being defamatory, discriminatory, or mean-spirited.
Yes.
It could also refer to depictions that encourage illegal or reckless use of weapons and dangerous objects.
Yes.
But apps with defamatory, discriminatory, or mean-spirited content make it through App Review, right?
Yes, there's mistakes in that guideline as well.
And so do apps get through with depictions that encourage illegal or reckless use of weapons and dangerous objects, right?
I imagine there's been some that have gotten through for that.
And you talked about how human review is an important part of the objectionable content review, right?
Yes.
But again, even with that human review, a number of offensive apps do get through App Review and get approved, right?
Yes.
If you could please turn to PX 131 in evidence.
So it's not in evidence yet.
I believe it is, Your Honor.
131, wrong page.
Yes. Thank you. This is part of that original stipulation of both.
Yeah, I have 131 in evidence. Is it in this binder?
It is.
I have the document.
So it's on, I'll admit it again for your notes.
In the bottom email, this is an email. Do you have a redacted copy in front of you, Mr. Kuzminko?
I do not.
Do you see names?
I do.
Okay, can you just please be careful not to speak them? We're not going to be saying anything.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you. This is an email from a 14-year-old app developer.
That's what the email says, yes.
Thank you. And he is reporting about having had to endure the terrible school shooting in Parkland.
Yes.
And he was saying that he had just written an app and has been rejected because it didn't do the right sign-in mechanism, right?
Yes.
But he reports that to Apple, excuse me, not to you, to Mr. Cook at Apple, that there's a school shooting game on the App Store getting reviews like the best school shooting game by far, #KillKids, right?
That was one of their user reviews.
And on the page ending 131.2, Mr. Cook forwards this email to Mr. Schiller, who then forwards it to you, among others, right?
Yes.
And you asked your team to investigate how this got in, right?
Yes.
Meaning, how could it be possible that a school shooting app made its way through the automated and human review of App Review and got posted to the App Store, right?
And I think what I said in the email is dumbfounded.
Indeed.
At how this could be missed.
Indeed. You say, I'm dumbfounded with how this could be missed, right?
Right.
How it could be missed through all the procedures in place within the app review process, including human beings, looking at the app, saying, I approve this, and it gets posted to the App Store, right?
Yes.
After that, even in the past year, Apple's approved other apps that make games out of mass shootings, right?
I'm not familiar with any others.
Let's look at PX2371, please.
Okay, that's in yesterday's binder.
Thank you.
I believe I have the document.
Thank you. This is an email chain from June 9th, 2020.
Yes.
And you participated in this email chain?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move PX2371 into evidence.
No objection.
No objection.
Admitted. 2371.
Thank you. You could go to the first email in the chain. And again, if you're not looking at a redacted copy, we'll just not mention any names, please, sir. You see where I am?
I do.
Thank you. This is an email sent to Mr. Cook about an app that was on the App Store as of June 8, 2020, right?
Yes.
And the email indicates the entire premise of the app is shooting cannons at protesters, right?
Yes.
The writer of the email, I think we can agree, correctly observed that this was very insensitive and tone deaf in light of current events, right?
That's right.
Mr. Schiller forwards that email to you and others asking WTF, right?
Yes.
And I think we can all agree what that means without uttering those words.
Yes.
And you wrote that, quote, this would never be an appropriate concept, right?
That's right.
But that app made its way through app review in 2020, right?
Yes.
You talked a bit about other types of objectionable content. Do you recall being shown a document at your deposition that had a number of apps like Waffle?
I do.
Okay. Your Honor, this is not in the binder because it came up during the direct. Can I hand up a few copies?
Mm-hmm.
All right, this is PX315 for identification.
I have the document.
Thank you. And this is the document you recall seeing at your deposition?
Yes.
And this is a bunch of printouts or screenshots of a number of apps, right?
Yes.
The first one is Waffle -offensive and NSFW, right?
That's right.
NSFW is the colloquial term for not safe for work,
That's right.
meaning you wouldn't want your employer knowing you were looking at it.
That's what the term means.
The next one is Shake It -chat meet hookup, right?
Yes.
The next one is Ashley Madison, Life is Short.
Yes.
And there's some description in here about keeping things discreet and, I guess, hooking up.
Yes.
The next one is Ganja Farm Weed Empire.
Yes.
That's referring to marijuana.
It's referring to cannabis.
Okay. The next one is Dope Wars Weed Edition Light. You see that?
Yes.
Light means free.
Generally?
You were deposed, I think it was February of this year.
Sounds right.
So, 3 months ago?
Yes.
After your deposition, did you go back back to the office, so to speak, and tell your team about these apps to look into them?
We've recently looked into these apps, yes.
So they're all still fine?
I believe the lawful offensive not safe for work is a candidate for App Store cleanup because currently it does not appear to function. And so typically that would be caught in our automated, you haven't updated in a significant period of time, your app doesn't function, and it should fall off the store organically. But we do need to run this through the formal ARC process.
So you wouldn't be surprised then that it's still on the store today?
I am surprised that it's on the store today, given that it appears outdated and not functioning. To determine whether or not the content in the app is offensive and not safe for work, I would need it to work in order for me to actually review the content that's in it. But at this point, that title, I'm sure that it is connected to the content that they had at one point, but at this point it just has a spinner.
Okay, but so you would not expect it to be on the App Store today?
No, I think it needs to come down because it's not functional.
Okay, so do I need to show you that it is, or are you just going to say you're taking it down after we leave here today?
I think we need to investigate it, at which point, if maybe it was an isolated issue where I reviewed the app and it doesn't work, the team will have to exercise it and see if that was a Tristan technology problem or an actual issue with the app, at which point, if they can get it through, then they should be able to review that content.
So is it just that it's failed and needs to come down as cleanup, or are you concerned that this app has been up for months with at least purporting to contain offensive content?
I'm concerned about the app given the title, but the description talks about Cards Against Humanity, which is a game that people play that certainly has what I'd call offensive, not safe for work type commentary, but that might not be actually in the app. It may facilitate gameplay of some sort, be a card game. So I need to know more about the app, and in order to do that, it needs to work.
You played Cards Against Humanity?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. Do they have an app on the iOS App Store?
I'm sure they do.
And is that permissible under the offensive content guidelines?
I believe it is.
Okay. All the content on the Cards Against Humanity is completely appropriate?
I have not memorized the cards in Cards Against Humanity.
Have you heard of the NLG Clicker, Illuminati iRape app?
No.
So you're not familiar with that app at all?
I don't recall.
So Mr. Schiller did not tell you that he was asked about that app after his deposition and asked you to look into it?
I get frequent reported apps from Mr. Schiller. It's possible that he reported the app to me, but I don't recall specifically that case.
And so you couldn't tell me one way or the other whether it should remain as it does on the App Store today?
Well, the name is certainly an indication that there's concern there.
Okay. So you're going to look into that one too?
I'd like to, yeah.
Ron, if I could just have a brief moment. I'm a little disorganized.
Do you want 315 in or not?
I would like that in, please, Your Honor.
Any objection?
There's no objection, Madam.
315 is admitted.
Your Honor, thank you. No further questions. Thank you, Mr. Kuzminka.
Thank you.
Okay. Reexamination limited to the scope.
Mr. Kuzminka, just a couple of issues. First, I'd like you to take a look at PX 131. This is the document that Ethics Council referred to as relating to a school shooter app.
Yes.
Do you have that document?
I do.
Could you please explain to the court what was the nature of the app that was being discussed here?
This app was titled High School Rescue, or High School Rescue Hero Squad. And so the players that you would play in the app were superheroes, whose purpose in this scenario was to protect the school from terrorist activity and attacks. This particular app had different variations of the app. In some case, you were protecting a city center in one app, you were protecting a fire hall, police stations. And so this was kind of reskins of similar gameplay. It was certainly a mistake, but that was the nature of what that game was.
Was this an app in which players were shooting students?
No.
Did you nevertheless believe it was inappropriate?
100%.
And what steps did you take when you learned it was on screen?
So we immediately took it down. Earlier in the thread, I mentioned that, like, don't miss this other one. I was able to use our binary similarity tools to find the similar app that we took down. So we found that one before a customer complaint. And we scanned out further than that and found that this particular developer had 268 apps that were, around 260 apps that were reskins of similar concept. That would have been removed. The developer would have been terminated from the program. And then, as I said in bullet 3, number 3, I think we'll see copycats of this, and we should include school shooting and terrorist-related terms in our objectionable content validations. So the rule system in which I had mentioned earlier would have been in full deployment at this point, and we would have been able to proactively alert specialists to such types of sensitive things. In this case, I think, as I said, I'm dumbfounded with how it could have been missed, even without the validation. But certainly, we use tools in this case. The other thing, earlier in the thread, the specialists that would have reviewed it would have been pulled off the process. We would have used our business excellence, quality, and audit organization to have done a deep dive into the mistakes that the specialist has made, the mistakes the process has made, and work with both of those to ensure that our potential happening again, recurring, is reduced and limited and hopefully eliminated.
Thank you, Mr. Kosminka. And Ethics Council showed you a handful of examples of mistakes that had been made in the app review process. Do those mistakes cause you to believe that app review is unnecessary?
No, it makes me believe we've got to continuously be better, but the mistakes that I was shown, these mistakes originated from customer and developer complaints. That tells me that our customers expect that our store is a safe and trusted place to get apps, and that they found an issue. I'm glad they're passionate. I'm glad that they are emailing executives, reporting the concerns, and that we investigate them quickly and we improve from it. But the fact that these are coming from customers that care about their store experience tells me that the human process and the app review process as a whole is critical to a superior customer experience and a safe one.
And Mr. Kosminka, how do you think the number of problematic apps of the type that Ethics Council pointed you to, how would the number of such apps increase or decrease if Apple allowed stores within a store?
Objection, call for speculation. Well, that's the foundation. I mean, it's pretty conclusive. Sustained on that basis.
Mr. Kosminka, do you believe that, tell us your belief with respect to what percentage of problematic apps you catch in the app review?
No.
Interjection. Can't have an objection until the question is finished. So let's not jump in and answer. Let me hear a question.
Mr. Kosminka, based on your experience for 5 years as head of app review, in your opinion, what is the ratio of the problems you catch to the problems you miss?
Objection. Overruled. On that, different question. Overruled.
We proactively catch the vast majority of issues. We certainly do miss some. I think it's a small fraction, and we're constantly working to reduce the amount of things that we miss. And I think that a lot of these scenarios, these documents that were shared today, indicate that there's loopholes. There's ways in which systems can be gamed and people can be gamed, and we work diligently to try to close those loopholes. But the key there is that there's systems and people to game. And without the systems and the people to game, it's a free-for-all. I think it'd be incredibly dangerous for customers, for my 4 kids. And I truly believe that this process is critical to a safe and trusted place to get apps.
Thank you, Mr. Cousins. And no further questions.
Anything on those questions?
Just briefly, Your Honor, you just referred to what would happen, in your view, if the iOS app review process was not able to exist. Is that a fair summary of what you were just talking about?
The app review process on the store in general.
Right. Mac, you familiar with the Mac OS?
Yes.
And Mac has a store, right?
Yes.
But Mac also allows apps to come in outside of the store onto the machine, right?
That's right.
Listen to the scope.
Overall.
Mac users are able to exist in the Mac OS in a safe environment, and kids use them, notwithstanding the fact that they can obtain apps from outside of the App Store, right?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. Kids, people, users who have Macs are able to obtain apps from outside of the Mac App Store, right?
Objection, Your Honor, beyond scope.
Overall.
On Mac, there's a way to get native apps outside of the Mac App Store.
And on Mac, you would still believe, I think, would you agree with me, that kids that use Macs and all sorts of consumers that use apps on Mac that they got from outside of Mac are still able to be safe and secure in their computing?
Okay. Can you answer that question?
I will try. Yeah. I think that their safety on Mac is superior when downloading apps from the Mac App Store. I think that kids and users of the Mac, given the way that you see developers on iOS and on Mac attempt to manipulate customers and trick customers, and the threats that we see on iOS, even within the App Store, I can't say that a customer outside of the Mac App Store has a safe and trusted experience. I think that is something where they're opening themselves up to risk.
And that's a risk on the sort of objectionable content, not on security or malware threats, right?
Well, I think it's risk on all of the above.
Okay, so all Mac users who download apps outside of the Mac Store are exposed to malware?
No, I'm saying they're taking additional risk if they do. I don't know if they're exposed to it or not.
Okay, so you don't have any understanding as to whether the operating system of Mac is protecting those users from malware?
Our operating systems across the board work really hard to protect customers, but that's not enough. In the event that there is a bad actor that exploits hardware and software, having an element of curation on top of that and having the customers go through that curated element gives us additional trust and safety that I think is really critical on our devices.
And other app stores out there do some app review, right?
What do you say?
And you understand that Epic is not seeking to eliminate app review from App Store experiences, right?
I'm not sure what Epic's seeking.
Well, that is beyond the scope.
No further questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
The other is beyond the scope too, but I wanted to hear the answer. Okay, anything on that?
No, Your Honor, no further questions.
I have just a few questions. With respect to flight test or test flight?
Test flight.
Test flight. How is it that your company was acquired by Apple? Did you go to Apple? Did Apple go to you?
I think we had a long history of going to the developer conference and talking to various folks at Apple. And I think the initial conversation is probably an outreach by us, but I don't recall the specifics. That was a long process.
It's not uncommon for big companies to acquire smaller companies that they think are doing innovative things. Has Apple been approached by, I mean, you've identified a couple of security-like companies that were doing things. Is there anybody out there who is doing it better or differently than Apple?
I couldn't comment on better, but certainly there's companies that do things differently all the time, and I can't, I guess, presume how they're doing it, but I can say from my own experience, Your Honor, with Source DNA and App30, when we were looking to acquire those potential companies, there was an element of what they were doing that we were not doing yet. And so I think that innovation exists everywhere, and I would be foolish to say that there's not companies outside of Apple that are doing things differently. They certainly do.
One of the problems with limiting competition is that you don't get innovation. And, or at least it's a possible outcome. So one of the concerns, at least my sense with this lawsuit, is that if you're not allowing parties to compete on these topics, then it won't, things won't improve. So in terms of, well, let's say the Android, do you look at the results that Android is having on issues with respect to security and privacy, fraud, scams, all of that, in terms of comparison with what Apple is doing?
Yeah, I do pay attention to multiple platforms to understand how they approach things, what their approach is. What I don't have visibility into is what their success rate is in preventing things from making it to the store.
And which platforms do you look to?
I would say primarily Android we would look at, but we also, when it comes to, say, a takedown of some sort, like a compliance request that we have, I would look at other app stores. There's other app stores in China as well, to understand if the apps are also available there. And then also just from the process of reading reports, there was an email here about malware that was discovered that was click fraud. A lot of times we'll see those types of articles that will list Android apps. We'll also look to see if those apps are on iOS, just to be certain that they're not. More often than not, they are not.
When you hire third parties to independently review what's being marketed on the App Store, and then kind of give them a kind of bounty fee or something like that to thank them for finding things that your process hasn't?
No, we don't do that.
So, categories of apps. Yesterday, you talked about how Roblox was not a game. But Minecraft was. I'm having a hard time with that. Because I looked at Roblox and it looked like a electronic version of Duplos. You have kids, so you know what I mean, right? That doesn't make sense to me. And it doesn't, you know, logically, if your kid said, I showed you this app and said, my friends are playing this, I want to play. It would seem to me that they want to play a game. I mean, I'm trying to understand what the distinctions you're making, because I didn't think that there was some industry word for the word game.
Your Honor, I don't know if there is an industry word for game. I'm not an expert in gaming. What I can say from a review standpoint, Roblox has classified itself as an app. Other games classify themselves as games. And I think the topic we were thinking about was, are there games within Roblox? And so I think regardless of whether we say Roblox is a game or an app, the same rules apply. And similarly with Roblox and Minecraft, the experiences that my kids would play in that, I would refer to those as experiences or content. The thing that is coming to the device post-review at that point is a configuration file that has some kind of technical boundaries on it. And if I can take like an example that isn't a game, think of something like productivity software that has templates. The templates might be dynamic. They might react in certain ways. They may even have third parties that build templates for them. But they're going to be a template always. The template doesn't turn into something that changes the features and functionality. And so that I think that's the distinction that I was trying to make between how I view what's inside Roblox versus Roblox itself.
And is there a list of, on a separate topic, is there a list of all of the separate categories of apps? I heard you say that someone chooses to put their app into a particular category, and I couldn't find a list of the entirety of the applicable categories.
Your Honor, there is a list available. This should be publicly documented on developer.apple.com in some of our support systems. But then as a customer on the App Store, I believe you can go to the games and the apps sections. And if you look, I think you have to scroll below. You can see the categories and navigate them as a customer. Those categories match up to what the developer would select in App Store Connect when they configure their store metadata.
How many are there?
I don't know the exact number. I'm going to say more than 20, and there's subcategories as well. So you have lifestyle, games, newspapers, magazines.
Can we get those in the record, please?
Yes,
All right. Okay, any questions on my questions?
No, Your Honor.
I have one or two.
Okay. You should just say yes, never commit yourself.
You're right. That's very good advice. Just on the Roblox topic, you talked about experiences and content in responses to the judge's questions.
Yes.
Are you familiar with Roblox having battle royale type modes within Roblox?
I'm not.
So you're not familiar with the Island Royale mode?
No.
Or the Prison Royale mode?
No.
So,
See, that was more than two.
he was. I actually think that's, I think that is sufficient. Thank you so much, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Kuzminka.
Thank you.
Okay, I think that's all.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. You're excused. Next witness.
Justin Clark, on behalf of Epic Games. I understand that our hot seat operator needs to switch over the screen while we're getting set up. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'll stand back and just call him.
Your Honor, Epic Games calls Mr. Steve Allison.
Okay.
Okay.
You do solemnly swear to testify in the arguments in the court in this case, now on trial, that you can truth the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
I do.
And then, would you please
Stephen Matthew Allison. My last name is spelled Allison.
Good morning, sir. Good morning.
And your mic?
All right, Mr. Clark, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, I have one exhibit I intend to use with the witness. Would you like me to hand that up?
Was he deposed? Do I have his deposition transcript?
Your Honor, I'm happy to hand that up as well. Let me just pull it.
Okay, whoever has it. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Allison.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself for the record?
Yes, I am Steve Allison. I am the Vice President and General Manager of the Epic Games Store.
And Mr. Allison, where do you work?
I work at Epic Games in Cary, North Carolina.
Mr. Allison, could you please summarize your professional background before joining Epic Games?
Sure. I'm a over 20-year veteran of the video game industry. I started early in my career in the mid-'90s at a company called Atari, where I worked in a variety of roles, but most predominantly as the Vice President of Marketing and Business Development. After Atari, I went to a company called Midway Games as a Chief Marketing Officer and Senior Vice President of Marketing. I worked there about 5 years. Midway Games created franchises like the Mortal Kombat series. After Midway, I joined a company called Telltale Games, where I worked for about Telltale, Telltale. I was the Senior Vice President of Publishing. I was there to build a self-publishing organization and work on the product development with the founders, where we created a new genre called interactive narrative and had several Game of the Year products like The Walking Dead, Minecraft Story Mode, and The Wolf Among Us. After Telltale, I joined Epic Games in May of 2018.
Mr. Allison, when you first started working in the gaming industry, what was the primary means of distributing game titles?
In the early 90s, when I started in the industry, it was packaged goods, a retail, wholesale model. So, you want me to describe?
Well, when you say retail, wholesale, are you referring to physical retail?
Yes, so physical packaged goods was how PC games were distributed in the mid-90s.
Right. And in that physical distribution model, how did stores make a profit off of the sale of games?
The wholesale to retail model was basically how publishers would fund games, and then when the games were finished, they would build physical products with CDs and boxes. They would sell them to retailers or stores like Walmart, CompUSA, or Games in Europe. The model was based, so say we have a $60 suggested retail price, the retailer would seek to have a 30% markup, so the wholesale price would be 30% less. The publisher would sell it to the retailer for a $60 game at $42 more or less.
Thank you. And do you have any understanding for how much of that markup the physical store would ultimately retain as profit?
They would, in the end, they have exposure to things like theft and loss and markdowns if the product doesn't move, typically around 20%.
And Mr. Allison, you referenced publishers. What role would a publisher play in this distribution chain?
In this period of our time for the business, they were really the gatekeepers to distribution and the source of capital for development. And then they would also be the marketing and go-to-market people. So they really played a critical role, one of the most important.
Mr. Allison, do you have an understanding of the wholesale price that you referenced a moment ago? How much of that would ultimately go to a game developer?
Could I start by talking about what goes to the publisher, and then that'll lead to what goes to the developer?
Yes, please.
So the publisher would get let's go back, they would get $42 on that $60 sale. They would have costs associated with building the boxes, making the discs, shipping it to warehousing, logistics. They had a whole sales team organization. They would incur costs typically.
I'm going to ask you to just slow down a little bit.
Yes, ma'am. They would typically incur costs around $10 a unit on a full price game. So in this scenario, they would have $32 of net revenue.
And do you have an understanding for how much of that value would ultimately go to the developer?
Yes. This is slightly complex, so I'll try to walk through it. Developers would sign publishing agreements in this time that were based on getting project funding for a game. The publisher would fund the game entirely, usually retain the IP, and then they would have a recoupment that would be typically at the royalty rate that the developer was getting from the publisher from net revenue, so from that $30. Typically, those royalties would be anywhere from 15 to 30%, but the average take-home for a developer would be around 20%.
And during what time period would you say this particular physical distribution model was prevalent?
Really from the early 80s when retail PC distribution started becoming a thing on through the early 2000s.
Now, you said you were hired by Epic in May of 2018, is that correct?
That's correct.
When you were hired by Epic, were you given any particular assignment?
To work on the strategy and ultimately the launch of the Epic Game Store.
And what is the Epic Game Store?
The Epic Game Store is a digital distribution platform for games and apps for PC and Mac.
And when was the Epic Game Store launched?
In December of 2018.
Is the Epic Game Store available as a native application on any mobile device today?
Not currently.
Would an Epic Game Store user on PC be able to access his or her Epic Game Store account on a Mac device?
Yes.
And if they were to do that, what sorts of functionality would they have access to?
So the Epic Game Store application, we call it the launcher, is available both on PC and Mac. It's the same functionality either way. The distinction would be if you're a Mac user and you log in, you can see the whole store for PC and Mac, but you'd only be able to launch Mac applications. Conversely, on PC, you would see your whole library, but you'd only be able to launch PC applications.
And what sorts of apps are on the Epic Game Store today?
Predominantly games and some non-gaming apps.
When did Epic first start having conversations around offering non-game apps on the store?
We announced the store in December of 2018. Pretty quickly after the announcement, we had a bunch of inbound for both gaming and non-gaming app companies wanting to know more about the store and how they could bring their products to market with us.
Could you identify any non-gaming app companies that reached out at that time?
We spoke with Twitch, we spoke with Discord, we spoke with a lot of smaller game development or game adjacent companies as well.
At that time, did Epic accept any of those stores onto the store?
We couldn't.
Why not?
No. We had very specific, we were constrained by what we could bring to market. We had a quick to market launch, and we had some exclusive games that we had to get to market and focus on.
Are there any technical differences between distributing a gaming app and a non-gaming app on the Epic Game Store?
Not particularly.
When the Epic Game Store was launched, were there any other digital online stores out there?
Yes.
Could you name a few for the court?
Yeah, sure. Valve has a store called Steam. So the company Valve in Seattle runs a gaming store called Steam, which carries PC games, Mac games, and non-gaming applications, and actually sells some video as well. Microsoft has a store called the Windows 10 Store, which sells games and apps. There are publishers who self-publish and have created their own stores, major publishers like Electronic Arts. They have a store called Origin, which is focused on their first-party content. We have Activision Blizzard, have a store called Blizzard.net, which only sells their first-party, and first-party content means their own games and applications. Their first-party content. Ubisoft has a store called Uplay, and then we have some game-only stores like Good Old Games, run by a company called CD Projekt, And then we have what we call resellers. There's a number of these companies like Green Man Gaming and the Humble Store, and they typically will sell keys to games on the Epic Game Store or Steam.
So how would users of one of these stores get an app from the store onto their device?
You would go to the store, either on the web, or you would go to the store in the launcher. You would purchase a game or hit the get button if it's a free-to-play game, and you would go through the purchase flow. Upon successfully completing the purchase flow, you would be able to download the game to your PC or Mac.
Now, at the time period that the Epic Game Store launched, was any of the other stores that you just identified particularly dominant in the marketplace?
Yes. Valve's store, Steam, is a dominant player in the space and was in 2018 with 70 to 85% market share, depending on how you define the space.
Was Steam charging any sort of a commission at the time that Epic decided to launch the Epic Game Store?
Yes.
Do you know what that was?
Yeah, 30%.
Do you have any understanding for where that 30% number came from?
I do.
What's your understanding?
What's the basis for your understanding?
I worked closely with Steam in my career, and also I'm close personal friends with several of the founders and people who are at the company, then and are today.
Could you please provide your understanding?
Yes. There's a bit of a story here. Do I have time to go through it concisely? So there was a period of time, so we talked about physical retail and the sort of the emergence of it through the 90s and 2000s. In the early 2000s, physical retail on PC games started declining tremendously. The results weren't happening, and console gaming was on the rise. The console games are other platforms, and they were also selling physical goods. What was happening is, the shortest way to say it is the PC gaming market was abandoned by retail more or less over a period of 5 or 6 years, starting in early 2000 and on through 2006 and 2007. What happened was PC developers in particular were left in a lurch, basically with limited distribution options. Digital distribution was pretty early in its infancy. Valve took a step in 2003 to digitally publish, self-publish their game Counter-Strike. A great success. So they had the rights to do it. They already had a retail SKU in 2000. They decided to self-publish a digital version of it in 2003. They sold close to 3 million units in a period of 18 to 20 months. After all this was happening around the time that the PC market was declining for physical goods. In 2005, Steam invited select developers to join what they call their launcher, which is their application that was running Counter-Strike, and they basically created what was the first significant PC store that was an application on PC. And the overture to get developers to join them was like, hey, we're upset with what's happening in the physical marketplace for PC games, and we want to provide a digital store option. Please join us. We will only take what the retailer seeks to take, which would be a 30% cut of your sales, and you'll get 70%.
When you say that it was abandoned by retail, trying to think back to that period of time, I would go to GameStop and things like that for games. Those were on the decline, or when you're talking about retail, you're talking about the Targets and Walmarts?
All of it, actually. It started with Walmart, who had probably 30% market share, just completely leaving the category, and it slowly eroded over time at places like GameStop. They just started less and less shelf space in favor of making shelf space, in the case of GameStop, for console games.
Okay. So was that also because the PCs couldn't handle the amount of power that was required for these games?
No, there's a variety of factors that were the shelf space required for PC games didn't have a standard. It's very complicated, so I'll try to be concise. PC games didn't have a standard box size. Some game publishers would make boxes this big. Some game publishers would make boxes this big. When you put them on the shelf, it was an ugly display. It got really messy. They couldn't plan. Their store was around, their console games were coming in and just using a DVD case and very neat and clean. And there were more and more PC games coming actually than retail could even take in. So it just there was a huge decline in the amount of sales. There was problems merchandising at physical retail, and Walmart was the first to exit, and then it sort of slowly eroded from there.
Because the downloads of PC games is really not very good either.
PC gaming digital at this time was just very early. Yes.
All right, go ahead.
Mr. Allison, so I want to focus on the time period that Epic launched the Epic Game Store here for a minute. During the time period that Epic decided to launch the Epic Game Store, what was the sentiment in the general developer community surrounding Steam?
In 2018? Correct. So do I have time? Should I set up some context? I think that's valuable. When they established the 70-30 split in 2005, it was very well received by the development community. It was a big shift from the economics of physical retail. And over a period of years from 2005 to around 2010, there was a real boom in both Steam's business and just PC gaming and digital gaming in general. We really matured in our ability to distribute games. What also happened while Steam grew was several other companies on the PC, and Mac is an open platform. So on PC in particular, we had several developers experimenting with what I would call self-publishing. Self-publishing means you don't need to use Steam Store. You can wire into e-commerce solutions. You could even do it on a web page. You could build your own application. Slow down. Sorry. You could build your own application to host and sell your game. Some examples would be in 2004, a game out of South Korea called Maple Story, followed right after Counter-Strike, and has 240, still runs today and has over 200 million users, but sold tens of millions of units very quickly, or had tens of millions of players very quickly. There's a game called Minecraft that came in 2011 that was self-published by a small team and quickly sold over 20 million units. And so the economics of self-publishing were quite a bit different than the economics you would get on Steam. So if you self-publish, you generally have between your finance charges, your e-commerce charges, and your what we call content delivery network, or CDN, to downloading code, typically it would be about 5%.
So just imagine for a moment that you're trying to type everything that you say. That's what's trying to happen here. So she's a very nice person. Try to slow down.
Yes, ma'am. In my DNA, but I will slow down. So
why don't you give me a question so we can restart?
Redirect me, please.
Sure. So the question was if you could explain the sentiment in the developer community surrounding Steam.
So where I left off.
Foundation.
Where I left off on self-publishing economics, I just wanted to get the 5% cost to.
You just can't do it, can you?
I can do it. Well, 5% of those costs left the developer who self-published with 95% of the revenue coming in from the sales of their games or in-game items. This is a very different economic structure than what Steam was providing at the time. Lots of developers were aware of the different economic models that were sort of emerging. People were fascinated by what was happening in Korea with games like Maple Story and as well with Minecraft. Big publishers had the resources, like Electronic Arts in 2011 had between 2005, I'm going to get to the sentiment, and 2011 went on to Steam and had sort of a resurgence in the PC business, but they also believed that the 30% was unreasonable as they started to see what kind of economics they could get if they self-published. So they left Steam entirely in 2011 and formed their store called Origin.
Called?
So the sentiment in...
What is this called again?
Just sort of a narrative of how the different...
It's not, I didn't write the name down.
Oh.
Electronic Arts Store.
Origin.
Origin, thank you.
events like this happened between 2011 and 2018, and so the sentiment in 2018 was fairly broadly that the 30% could be considered unreasonable.
Mr. Allison, can you explain why Epic decided to launch a store during this time period?
We wanted to provide an alternative that was reasonable.
And Mr. Allison, do you have an understanding for what Steam's current commission structure is today?
I do.
And what is its current commission structure?
So the week before we launched the Epic Games Store, they announced a change to their revenue model, or their revenue share model. So it's still 70-30 for any game that launches, for the first $10 million in sales. Then we go to a second tier that after $10 million, every dollar over $10 million but less than $50 million is a 75-25 split. If a game gets past the $50 million threshold, which would be the third and final tier, that goes to every dollar after $50 million goes to an 80-20 split.
And is that gross or net?
That is gross.
The million, the tiers, gross or net?
They're gross sales, yes.
So, Mr. Allison, when the Epic Games Store launched, did Epic have a strategy to attract developers to the store?
We did.
Could you describe that strategy?
Yeah, I would simply put, I would say we wanted to focus on content that you couldn't get anywhere else initially, so that we could get out of the gates quickly.
And was there any particular economic model that the Epic Games Store developed?
We did for third-party games. We developed what we call the 88-12 split, so 88% to our partners in third-party, and 12% would go to Epic for distribution.
And how was it that Epic decided on an 88-12 split?
Our goal with the Epic Games Store for the third-party portion of the store was to provide as close as possible those self-publishing economics as we could in a third-party multi-title store environment.
How did you decide which developers to target for bringing to the store?
Initially, on the third-party side, it was important for us to get out of the gates quickly from a commercial standpoint. We wanted to make an impact. We studied the PC industry. We looked at, at this time in 2016, 2017, thousands of titles are coming out every year on PC, upwards of 20,000 titles. When you look at the revenue in the PC space, despite having that many releases in a year, the top 100 titles in a given year will generate somewhere between 55 and 60% of the revenue in a given year. So we felt that was a manageable scope to target content. So we felt if we could identify the next top 100 games, that we could have a real strong offering from a appeal of content you can't get anywhere else, and bring those to the store.
How did you roll this out to those particular developers?
We had a lot of talks. First, we had a lot of strategy talks about what we were doing and when, and the first thing we wanted to do was socialize the idea with some close partners. So our biz dev team and myself did that with just, I'd say, under 10 developers that Epic was close to. We had very enthusiastic response, much more so than we expected. So we started there. That was in July of 2018. After getting those enthusiastic responses, we decided that we would want to test it with a bigger audience. So in August of 2018, in August every year, there's an industry trade show called Gamescom. It's held in Cologne, Germany. We decided that we would try to get with as many developers as we could to present the idea of the Epic Games Store, with the idea of understanding when we should launch and how many people would be excited to join us on the exclusivity side and third party. Over a period of 4 days, we had about 100 meetings with 100 teams, and I would say that the response that we had to the small sample size back in July
Welcome to AT&T's teleconference service. Please enter your access code, followed by the pound sign. To join the conference, at the tone, please speak your name. There are 48 participants on the call, including you. You are joining your conference as a participant. For a menu of available commands, press *#. Your connection is now in listen-only mode.
Somehow I woke up out in Beverly, fucked up, smelling like that bourbon, and I end up alone. I'm not certain. Yeah, the girls impolite in the club every night. That's how it goes when you Hollywood perfect. Hollywood perfect. That's how it goes when you Hollywood perfect. Ain't got no place to call my own. Feels like I'm better off alone. So sad inside and hopeless. These Hollywood hoes never notice. Can't get back on. You're gone, girl, I miss you. Can't get back on. You're gone, girl, I miss you. Somehow I woke up out in Beverly, fucked up, smelling like that bourbon, and I end up alone. I'm not certain. Yeah, the girls impolite in the club every night. That's how it goes when you Hollywood perfect. Hollywood perfect. That's how it goes when you Hollywood perfect. Somehow I woke up out in Beverly, fucked up, smelling like that bourbon, and I end up alone. I'm not certain. Yeah, the girls impolite in the club every night. Somehow I woke up out in Beverly, fucked up, smelling like that bourbon, and I end up alone. I'm not certain. Yeah, the girls impolite in the club every night. That's how it goes when you're Hollywood perfect. sick.
I don't know nobody on my level, dripping stars like a boss, plus I'm rocking heavy metal, oh yeah. I don't know nobody on my level, dripping stars like a boss, plus I'm rocking heavy metal. I just want a bag, like an old lady. I'm backwoods smoking, I don't own papers, pass that 808. That shit a dome shaker. Oh, bitch, you know I'm grinding like a pro skater. Baby mama bugging, I'm so quick to hit ignore. Buku bitches in my bed, I got scales all on my floor. I got money on the line, plus I'm clocking that galore. I got bitches kissing bitches, oh, them bitches go explore. I'm feeling way up, well, fuck it, I stay up. Put your bitch on my Snapchat, while I fuck up, I make her. She want a chance with me, cause she know I'm a rapper. I give a dick, but I never get feelings, cause shorty, I know what you after. Okay, they watching me, they watching me, they watching me. They watching me, they watching me, they watching me. They watching me, they watching me, they watching me. They watching me, they watching me, they watching me. Get hit in my section at 12, gon' find your ass way in New Orleans. Watch out, little bit, I'm jugging. Dissect your hand if your hand in my puttin'. Put two in your man if your man keep a looking. Act like a pussy, your panties get tooken. I'm not the type to go fuck with them niggas who fuck with them niggas who stay on some fuck shit. Young and trapping out the bando, from the ceiling fan to the damn floor, tryna stack my money up, cause that's the only way we can go. Tell my mama that I'm okay, see the money coming through the doorway. Got a bad bitch with a lot of money, that's foreplay. Okay, they watching me, they watching me, they watching me. They watching me, they watching me, they watching me. They watching me, they watching me, they watching me. They watching me, they watching me, they watching me.
quotation, sick of this rotation, dropping my location, never gotta go chasing, just kill your pace. Love you like you love me, you wonder if it was something, same way I whisper sweet nothings, I will be there, won't you trust me? Me and you one in the same. You've been through love, I feel pain. Wish I wasn't so damn. Seen so much hope I can't. Me and you one in the same. You've been through love, I feel pain. Wish I wasn't so damn. Seen so much hope I can't. Promise me you won't go. For you, I think that I'm falling into love, and I know you're the one. Feel like you love me, you wonder if it was something, same way I whisper sweet nothings, I will be there, won't you trust me? Me and you one in the same. You've been through love, I felt pain. Wish I wasn't so damn. Seen so much hope I can't. Me and you one in the same. You've been through love, I felt pain. Wish I wasn't so damn. Seen so much hope I can't.
Baby, oh no, you burn my heart, you burn me slow. Took my oath, where we go, you jumped out the window. We're not alright, in my head I'm always down, but I'll be fine. Oh my God, don't bring me down, but in my thoughts you run around, and in my city I'm bumping out. Feeling so litty, not coming down. But baby, already I know you're down. Baby, already I hate you now, cause you ain't that tight to bring around. And mama don't like the hoes around. So baby, what's up? And I got problems, serve 'em with the bottle. Can't let go of throttle. Let's go fast, and I got problems, serve 'em with the throttle. Can't let go of throttle. Let's go fast, baby, oh no, you burn my heart, you burn me slow. Took my oath, where we go, you jumped out the window. We're not alright, in my head I'm always down, but I'll be fine. Oh my God, don't bring me down, but in my thoughts you run around, and in my city I'm bumping out. Feeling so litty, not coming down, but baby, already I know you're down.
Pour up for a good time, Corona, get that good vibe. Drinking till the sunrise, just like we used to do. Mexico, let's go there. Yeah, sex is slow, I don't care where we go as long as I'm there with you. Just like we used to do. Still tired like your friends, what we used to do. I say the feeling's mutual. Distance between us dissolves when I fly over. Pull up, shotgun, sitting wide open. Hop in, tell me how your life been. Used to talk every day till the night's end. Been a year now, I'ma need the whole scoop. You thrive and update me on them goals too. Yeah, I could listen to you forever. Filling up a few of them strong, never let them take us anywhere they plan to. Don't jump the gun, but when we sippin' something, you already know what's up. Lean back, I'll take you where we used to go. We both familiar on what the future holds. Bottoms up for the time that we wasted. Later we got reacquainted. For a good time, Corona, get that good vibe. Drinking till the sunrise, just like we used to do. Mexico, let's go there. Yeah, sex and slow, I don't care. Where we go as long as I'm there with you. Just like we used to do. You work hard, you need a vacation. I'll take your lifestyle, rearrange it. Put you on a plane with a destination, a white sand. All this funded off a mic stand. My right hand, I'm catering to your life. From the room, see the waves to the shoreline. Skin tan, you blended with the locals. Burn bread, are you something we could toast to? I'll promote you, show you to the universe. Got a couple on reserve, but you was first. Yeah, always have, always will be. You're the only one who gotta know the real me. So lean back, I'll take you where we used to go. From the clouds, you can view the coast. I feel the same for you. I don't even gotta say shit. Later we got reacquainted. For a good time, Corona, get that good vibe. Drinking till the sunrise, just like we used to do. Mexico, let's go there. Yeah, sex and slow, I don't care. Where we go as long as I'm there with you. Just like we used to do. Usually I put it down and withdraw. You always getting a round of applause. Standing ovation, give me an encore. Yeah, I need an encore. Tell me that you coming home with me. Love it when you fitting close to me. Who's showing you how it's supposed to be? I know you know it's me. For a good time, Corona, get that good vibe. Drinking till the sunrise, just like we used to do. Mexico, let's go there. Yeah, sex and slow, I don't care. Where we go as long as I'm there with you. Just like we used to do.
We were never meant to be. Sorry, I
Remain seated, court is in session, come to order.
Okay, we're back on the record. Record will reflect the parties are present. Mr. Allison is on the stand. And Mr. Clark, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Allison, before lunch, I had asked you a few questions about profitability. Is that correct?
Yes.
I'd like you to turn to TX2469.7, please. You let me know where you're there? Okay. Thank you. Could you explain what appears on this page?
This is a view of a P&L isolated on our third-party business and second-party business with Epic Games Publishing, looking at about 5 years. It shows us being profitable in 2024.
When you say isolated on the third-party business, can you explain what you mean by that?
So the Epic Games Store is everything Epic distributes on PC, inclusive of our first party, second party, and third party. But we, in the first year and a half, have really been sharp in looking at how the third party business is doing as we optimize our strategy. But so this is just a view that's very focused on our third party titles and how the recent addition here of the Epic Games Publishing efforts may impact that.
And does this include any sort of operating costs for the Epic Games Store?
It does.
Can you explain which costs are included here?
All the cost of sales for things like hosting, payment processing, includes all of our directly assigned staff to Epic Games Publishing and Epic Games Store. It includes all of our outsourced development we have several partners who help us build the platform.
Based on this document, when does Epic expect the third-party component of the Epic Games Store to first turn a profit?
In 2024.
If you were to include the first-party content in this analysis, would that change the result?
It would.
And how would it change the result?
We would have a profitable year then 2022 or 2023.
Do you expect the third-party component of the store to eventually recoup the upfront investments in minimum guarantees that Epic has made?
Yes, we do.
How is the Epic Games Store's current financial performance?
Well, we just ended our first quarter. We're about 15% ahead of plan overall. And just to do some comparables to Q1 of 2020 versus Q1 of 21, the third-party business is up 100% year over year, and our first-party business is up 113% year over year.
Have there ever been any discussions about expanding the Epic Games Store onto iOS?
Yes.
Why hasn't Epic launched the Epic Games Store on iOS?
Current policies around content delivery networks, delivering code, and using payments would preclude us from spinning up an effort there.
When you refer to current policies, whose policies are you referring to?
Apple.
What commission rate would the Epic Games Store charge if it was on iOS?
I would expect for third-party partners in an Epic Games Store on iOS that we would charge $88.12.
Has Epic tried to negotiate with Apple concerning launching the Epic Games Store on iOS?
I believe that Tim, our CEO, has socialized the idea at a very high level with Apple execs, but I've not been involved.
How, if at all, does not being on iOS affect the Epic Games Store?
Mobile devices have billions of players at the end of the screen with an incredibly large total addressable market. We are a company that's aggressive in going after growth vectors. We are not able to go after that addressable market with a growth plan.
Thank you. I have no more questions at this time.
Honor, we have binders for the court and for the witness in our approach.
Yeah.
Thank you.
If you have an extra, you can hand it to the law clerk. That'd be good. Thank you. Yes.
Your Honor, may I proceed?
No.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Ms. Dunn. I haven't had my fourth cup of coffee yet.
It's okay. We'll do our best to wake everyone up. Good afternoon, Mr. Allison.
Good afternoon.
Good to meet you. You said that you're Vice President and General Manager of the Epic Games Store. That's right? Okay. And when a consumer goes to the internet and searches Epic Games Store, what comes up is epicgames.com. You're aware of that?
Yeah.
Okay. And that's the website. And you're familiar with the website, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd like to put the website up as a demonstrative to talk to the witness about it, if that's okay with the court.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So, Mr. Allison, the website is the way that the store reaches its consumers, correct?
So we need to just go ahead. We do need to give you that.
Yeah.
That's okay. We can talk while they're working on it.
It's one of the ways we reach our players, customers.
And we're entering epicgames.com, and we'll go to the website. And so the first thing that we see when we go to the website is the homepage. You see that?
I do.
Okay. And at the top of the homepage, there are 5 tabs. One called Store, one called News, one called FAQ, one called Help, and one called Unreal Engine. You see that?
I do.
All right. And on the store front page, there are 2 tabs, one that says Discover and one that says Browse.
Yeah.
All right. So let's scroll down on the Discover tab. There's a category that says Games on Sale. You see that?
Yeah.
And under Games on Sale, there's something called Warframe, Hired Gun, 100 Days, Skate City, Lumberjacks Dynasty. Those are all games, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, and if you scroll down further, there's a category that says Free Game, and the 2 things under Free Games are games, correct?
Yeah.
All right, if you scroll down just a little bit further, there's a category called New and Trending, and under New and Trending, there's new releases, top sellers, and coming soon. You see that?
Yeah.
All right, so let's go to new releases. Under new releases, you see Skate City, R-Type Final 2, Moto GP 21, Spell Drifter, and Ashwalkers. You see that?
Yeah.
And those are all games, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So if you go to the middle column, that says top sellers, to Rocket League, Hood, Outlaws and Legends, Grand Theft Auto 5, Idle Champions of Forgotten Realms, and Assassin's Creed Valhalla, and those are all games, right?
Yeah.
Right. And if you go to View More, this takes you to Top 20. And I don't know if you know this, but there's actually 25 under the Top 20. And if Mr. Spalding scrolls down, you will see that these are all games, correct?
Yes.
All right. And so if you go back to the home page, under New and Trending, there's something called Coming Soon. And so everything under Coming Soon is also a game. Correct, sir?
Yeah.
All right, so everything that's a new release and everything that's coming soon that your consumers see when they look at the website is a game. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. And at the top of this homepage, there's somewhere that says Search, that consumers can search. Do you see that?
Yeah.
All right, and if you just start typing in there, what comes up says Search All Games, correct?
Yeah.
And it doesn't say Search All Apps, does it?
They're not.
All right, so let's keep going. The next tab is the News tab at the top. And if you go look at the top news items, those are also games, correct?
Today, yes.
Okay. And if you go to the Health tab, first thing you see in huge letters says, "Welcome to Epic Games Player Support." You see that, correct?
Yes.
And you've called your consumers today players. That's right. And there's no instructions for those consumers. All right, if we scroll back up, there's something at the top that's called Unreal Engine. And we've discussed in this trial what Unreal Engine is. And if you click Unreal Engine, you see it takes you to an entirely different website called unrealengine.com. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right. And so let's knock out the last ones. If you go back, Mr. Spalding, and if you go to the tab that says FAQ on the Epic Games website, so consumers have questions. This is where they would go, correct?
Yes.
Right. And the first question is, what is the Epic Games Store? The Epic Games Store is a curated digital storefront for PC and Mac. True, right?
Yes.
Okay. And it is designed with both players and creators in mind, correct?
Yes.
And it's focused on providing great games for gamers and a fair deal for game developers. That's true.
Okay.
That's what it said. And it's true, correct?
Yes.
You agree. All right, so if you go to the next question, it says, where can I download the Epic Games Store? Do you see that?
Yes.
All right, and so visit the Epic Games Store page at epicgames.com, go to the upper right-hand corner, and click Get Epic Games. This is the only place to safely download the installer for the Epic Games Store. Do not trust other sources, as they are likely unsafe. So Epic wants to make sure that consumers only download from a trusted and safe place, correct?
Yes.
Because if you're going to download software, trust is important. You would agree with that?
Safety and security is important. I guess trust can be as well.
Right. And particularly if you're going to download software, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And by the way, while we're on this topic, are you aware of any data breaches that have happened at Epic?
Can you give me more context?
So are you aware of any data breaches at Epic?
No?
You're sure?
I need more context.
Okay. All right. So if we could go back to the home page, Mr. Spalding. If you look under Browse, there's a list of filters that come up on the side. You can filter by price and category and features. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm. I do.
And one of the features you can filter by is called competitive, correct?
Yes.
And all of these things do not say competitive because some games are not competitive. That's true.
Yes, they don't fit that category.
Right. For example, just one example, there's a game category called RPG, which stands for role-playing game, right?
Yes.
Right. And those are games where, like Oregon Trail or The Sims, where it's not competitive.
It's where they're potentially not competitive. Some RPGs might have competitive modes and therefore qualify for the filter.
Right. So we can agree not all games are competitive.
No.
And there are many kinds of different games listed here.
No, they are not, or you're agreeing with that?
I'm sort of getting lost in the question. What do you read back in the competitive category or in the RPG category?
In general, there are games that are competitive, correct?
Yes.
And there are types of games that are not competitive.
Yes.
Okay, and you testified on direct that before the Epic Games Store opened, you'd spoken to a couple of non-game app developers about coming to the store. Do you remember that?
After the game store, like that.
And you also testified that technically nothing different would be required to put a game app in there than to put a non-game app in there.
In many
Remember
cases,
that?
yeah.
All right, and yet the first non-game app didn't come to the Epic Game Store until December of 2020, after this lawsuit was filed. Isn't that correct, sir?
I believe that's correct, yes.
Okay, and that app is Spotify. And is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and Spotify is a member of the Coalition of App Fairness.
That's my understanding.
All right, and a handful of others were added 2 weeks ago. You know about that?
I do.
All right. Epic has also, in addition to its website, a strong social media presence for the store. You would agree?
Yes.
Right, you post sometimes on Twitter and Facebook and Instagram. All right. If you look in your binder at Defense Exhibit 3399,
I can see what I'm saying. Okay.
so this is a document from September of 2020, also shortly after this lawsuit was filed, and it says weekly store strategy meeting agenda.
Yep.
And you're familiar with this document, sir?
I am.
Your Honor, we move to admit DX 3399.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted.
Okay. And if you will turn to page 4 of this document, and Mr. Spalding, would be great if you could blow up the text. This shows a screenshot of the Epic Games Instagram page.
Yes.
And this was from that same time period, correct?
Yes.
And this says, from day one, we've set out to be a great digital storefront for PC and Mac games, designed with both players and creators in mind. Whether you're here for the news, the game trailers, the free games, or just for fun, thank you for being there. That's what you told your 5 million Instagram followers. True?
True.
And then it goes on to say, from all of us here at the Epic Game Store, we heart games and we heart you. And that's true. You do heart games, and you wanted to make sure that the consumers knew that about you, right?
This is the message that we gave our players for hitting 5 million followers, yes.
Right. And that's the message that you're sending to the market, correct?
On this day, yes.
Correct. All right. If you would turn, sir, to DX 5536 in your binder, and Your Honor, this is a newly marked exhibit that's in your binder and in binder of Epic Council.
Sorry, which one? 5536. Okay.
Mr. Allison, this is also something that's posted on the Epic Game Store website. It's a beginner's guide to Fortnite, and it appears at the news tab.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see that?
I do.
And you're familiar with this?
Vaguely.
Your Honor, we move to admit DX 5536.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted.
All right, and so the date on this beginner's guide is September 2nd of 2020. You see that?
I do.
Also after this lawsuit was filed, you're aware?
I am.
Okay. And this is how Epic describes Fortnite to the public. You would agree with that?
I have no opinion.
It's on your website, sir.
This is how this document describes Fortnite.
Okay. And directing your attention then to page 1, the post that's from the Fortnite team explains to consumers that there are 4 major game modes in Fortnite, together offering something for every kind of player. The 4 game modes are Battle Royale, Party Royale, Creative, and Save the World. That's true, right?
Yes.
Right. And if you look at page 2, and I think we all know what Battle Royale is, so I'm not going to spend time there. But this post from the Fortnite team explaining what Fortnite is says that Party Royale game mode is a mode within Battle Royale. You see that?
I do.
And then it says attractions include aerial obstacle courses, boat races, movies, and even live concerts from top artists. You see that?
I do.
Okay, so all those things are included in Party Royale game mode, correct?
Yeah.
All right, and if you direct your attention to page 3, the Fortnite team describes to consumers the creative game mode. It says that it's included free with Battle Royale, puts you in charge of your own island, create your own games and rules. It goes on to say it gives you the tools to design games both simple and complex. And when you're not creating experienced games made by your friends or others in the Fortnite community. You see that?
I do.
And that's accurate.
I believe so.
All right, Mr. Allison, you talked a little bit about in the 1990s and the early 2000s how games were distributed, and that was primarily at physical stores, correct?
Correct.
All right, PC games were sold at stores like Egghead Software and the early version of GameStop. And at the time, Walmart was also very big in game distribution.
Yes.
So at that time, the early version of GameStop competed with Walmart for games, correct?
Yeah.
But when you say that, you're not saying Walmart competed with GameStop in all products, are you?
No.
All right, and you also testified that Steam established a 70-30 split. You recall that?
Yeah.
All right, and when the console makers, Microsoft and Sony, debuted their digital stores for the first time, they adopted the same 70-30 split that Steam had established.
Yeah.
And in fact, the 70-30 revenue split that Steam established is really the model that the industry uses right now in most places, correct?
In most places excluding PC.
Okay, excluding PCs.
Yes.
You would agree that in most other places, the 70-30 revenue split is what the industry uses right now?
Yes.
Okay. And you would also agree, sir, that the Epic Games Store 12% commission is way outside the industry standard?
I would not.
Sir, you were deposed in this case. Do you recall that? Okay. On that podium with you is your deposition, and I'd ask the court to look at page 53, line 16 to 22.
Which page again?
53, and then it's line 16 to 22. Go ahead. Thank you, Your Honor. Question. And so as part of that, Epic Games Store charged a 12% commission for an 88-12 revenue split. That is correct. Question. And that 12% commission was way outside the industry standard. Is that right? Answer, yes.
Time.
So one of the ways, Mr. Allison, that the Epic Games Store has sought to attract market share was to enter into exclusivity agreements, meaning that games would appear exclusively in the Epic Games Store, correct?
They would appear exclusively in the Epic Games Store for a limited period of time. Okay.
Right. And the hope is that after consumers purchase an exclusive game, the consumer will stay in the Epic Games ecosystem. Is that correct?
Yes.
Right. And one benefit to Epic is that the player might make additional purchases in the EGS store.
In theory, yes.
And it's okay if I call it EGS, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And another benefit to Epic is if the players might start playing Fortnite, correct?
Yes.
Right. And they might make purchases within Fortnite.
They might.
Right. And that would be a benefit to Epic.
Yes.
One of the reasons that Epic started the Epic Games Store was to have cross-pollination between Epic's different businesses. Isn't that right?
At a high level, yes.
Right. You wanted to create stickiness in the metaverse, correct?
We wanted to create a platform. I'm focused on the Epic Games Store, not the metaverse. So Epic Games Store is about creating a multi-title environment where third-party publishers can receive self-publishing economics, and we all benefit from being together.
Right. And you wanted customers to come into the ecosystem and to stick around and play your games.
We want them to play whatever games they want to play.
Okay. All right. And it's fair to say that these exclusivity agreements caused some consternation within the developer community.
I wouldn't call it that, no.
Okay, well, why don't you take a look in your binder at Defense Exhibit 4638. Right. This is an email chain involving you, Mr. Sweeney, and various others at Epic. It's dated August 3rd of 2019. Do you see this?
Yeah.
All right, Your Honor, we move to admit EX 4638.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor, except that I think it's possible this might be subject to a motion to seal.
Okay. Is the sealing here done? I see some redactions.
Your Honor, I will confirm whether the sealing has already occurred or not. I noticed the redactions. We'll check on our side.
Okay. It's admitted and pending the sealing issues. Ms. Dunn, proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. So this email chain begins with an email from somebody named Ben Perlance, developer of a game called Ubrex. You see that?
Yeah.
All right, and Mr. Perlance has written a draft blog post explaining his company's decision to enter into an exclusivity agreement with Epic.
What page are we on?
So if you look at page 5.
It's in your binder. You see it?
Page 5? Okay.
The last one in your binder.
Okay, thank you. Yep.
Okay. And Mr. Perlance's draft blog post recognizes that the arguments against Epic boil down to two things. Epic Game Store doesn't have as many features as other stores, and it's anti-consumer to have exclusives. Do you see that?
No, Ben was being sarcastic, and this entire post is done in a sarcastic voice and answered in a sarcastic tone, which is what Ben chose to do when he is basically trying to take the steam out of some of these arguments.
That's right, because he has agreed to an exclusivity agreement with Epic, correct?
Because he believes them.
Sir, please answer my question. Your counsel has time after me.
He had an exclusivity agreement with the Epic Game Store, yes.
Right. And he says in his email on page 5, I've read through all the arguments against Epic, and they all basically come down to a couple core issues. And the first is EGS doesn't have as many features as other stores. And the second is it's anti-consumer to have exclusives. Do you see those words?
I see those words as a header for the topic that follows, yes.
Thank you. All right. And so Mr. Perlance has written a blog post in response, and if you direct your attention to the middle of page 2, Mr. Sweeney says about the blog post, I love it. Maybe we'll go to hell for this, but I really like taking a playful tone and not letting a bunch of humorless trolls control the message for our store efforts. Do you see that?
I do.
And when Mr. Sweeney talks about humorless trolls, he's referring to consumers, correct?
Not necessarily, no.
He's just referring to...
He's referring to individuals who like to go on the internet and jump. We don't know if they are consumers or not are consumers. They're people on the internet that go into communities and like to engage in trolling.
Okay, so he's referring to people who may or may not be your consumers as humorless trolls.
That's correct.
Okay. And after this blog post defending the exclusives was published, the developer had to shut down its Reddit website because it couldn't control the anger of the angry consumers. You see that in this email?
I see what you're trying to say. I disagree with your characterization of it.
Well, sir, this is, I think, the point on which we can agree. While there are people who love your business, there are also people who criticize your business, correct?
I think that's true of all businesses.
I do too. Sure. We agree. Okay, and there are certain kinds of content that we discussed that you can put that into the middle. Thank you. So on Director, you discussed that there's certain kinds of content that the Epic Game Store will not bring to the store. You recall that?
Yeah.
Okay, and you said that Epic will not be supportive of games that are offensive or sexualized.
Objection, Your Honor.
Were those the words I used?
I don't understand the objection. Overruled.
I'm not sure I used those words. I want to just be referred to what I said.
I'm happy to point you to your deposition where you did say that.
Okay.
If you look at page 173.
Okay.
Actually, I apologize, sir. It may be 172.
Okay. I'm here. Okay. I see what I said. I do see what I said, yes.
And you say that Epic will not be supportive of games that are offensive and sexual in orientation. Do you see that? Okay. And a little further down, you say no porn and no hate. Do you see that?
I do.
And you also say that you're always going to hold out a subjective option if a game is not one that Epic Games would want on the platform.
Yes.
You see that? And when you're talking about subjectivity, you're talking about human curation, people and not machines, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so the court has already heard that on April 22nd of this year, Epic Games Store added the itch.io app to its store.
Yes.
You're aware of that.
I am.
And you're aware that itch.io is a third-party app store.
I am.
Okay, and the court has also heard that itch.io was added without reviewing all the games. You're aware of that?
Yes.
And are you aware, sir, that itch.io includes so-called adult games, such as a game called Sisterly Lust? Are you aware of that?
I am not.
And you may not be aware then that the description of that game includes a list of fetishes, which include many words that are not appropriate for us to speak in federal courts.
Okay.
Are you aware of that?
I'm not.
Okay. And the list goes on. There are many games on itch.io. I won't even read the names out loud, but they are both offensive and sexualized. You're not aware of that.
Itch.io is an app store that is not the Epic Game Store. We are not distributing Itch is distributing itch.io's games. Epic is only distributing the app store, itch.io.
And itch.io is now available as an app on the Epic Game Store, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And those apps in itch.io have not gone through any review process whatsoever, correct?
They're subject to whatever process itch.io puts in front of their developers.
Right. So Epic Games, your store, is on the hook for whatever process itch.io put in place to review these games that are so offensive we cannot speak about them here, correct?
I disagree with that statement.
Okay.
Okay, so so can you or can you not access those apps through your app store?
You cannot access those apps through the Epic Game Store. No. You can access those apps through their application, which that is what we're downloading itch.io, which is an app store.
And then
you have to have your own account with them, and you use their store, and you're subject to their end user agreement.
so if I have a phone and your app store was on that phone, you would that other store could be downloaded, which has all of this offensive material.
Not on your phone. It could be, the app could be downloaded onto your PC, and you could access their app on your PC.
But that's what you want to do on the phone too. That's what I understand.
I don't know that we would want to do that with itch.io. We'd want to provide app distribution on a mobile device. Yeah.
Okay, but you're doing it now, so I could access it on my PC, right?
Yes.
And this lawsuit's about the ability to do it on the phone, right?
And yes.
Okay, go ahead.
And just so we're clear, sir, you can go to Epic Games Store, click itch.io, and download the offensive game. Are you aware of that?
You can go to the Epic Games Store launcher if you've acquired itch.io, and you can launch itch.io's application to take you out of the Epic Games Store and into their application. You're then subject to the end user agreement, and you are in the itch.io ecosystem.
And you said to the court just a second ago that you wouldn't want to do that with itch.io, meaning you wouldn't want to put itch.io on the phone.
I don't know that we would or we wouldn't. I don't even know that it's available as a mobile application.
Okay, but the reason you said that to the court is because you're recognizing that this is offensive and sexualized conduct that can be accessed.
I disagree with that statement.
Okay. All right. Let's change topics a little bit. Epic Games Store very rarely provides paid marketing support to its developers. That's correct. Right. And the reason that you don't provide marketing support to your developers is because it's difficult to recoup such investments on a 12% commission, correct?
Yeah. It's true.
Sir, is that your testimony?
Yeah.
All right. And because those external marketing costs will never be recouped, you personally prefer to avoid them, correct?
Yeah.
All right. And in order to induce developers to enter into the exclusivity agreements that we talked about, Epic Games Store offers them minimum guarantees. That's correct.
I disagree with the word induce. Partnership with the Epic Games Store, we offer them a minimum guarantee, yes.
The minimum guarantees were the lead component of the strategy around content acquisition for the Epic Games Store, correct?
For third-party content.
If you'll turn in your binder, sir, to Defense Exhibit 3993.
Okay. I have it.
Okay. And you recognize this document, sir?
I do.
The presentation to the Epic Board of Directors from January 16th of 2020.
I do.
Your Honor, we move to admit.
No objections?
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted.
Okay. So will you turn in your binder to page 4 of this document?
Okay.
This presentation to the Board of Directors at Epic. This slide shows that by January of 2020, Epic Games Store had $1.1 billion in cumulative minimum guarantees outstanding, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and it also reflects that Epic expected to lose $330 to $440 million in unrecouped minimum guarantees. Is that right?
We expect to invest $330 to $440 million in partnership deals, yes.
Okay, but
we don't use the word lose. We use the word investment because we're investing in content that you can't get anywhere else.
Right, but you're not going to recoup the $330 to $440 million, which is why it says unrecouped on the side.
This is only. So we expect to recoup that money over time.
Okay, so when it says unrecouped, that's incorrect.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I think there should be in your binder an exhibit 3795. This is a presentation from February of 2020. Please let me know if you recognize this.
I've never seen this.
All right. Aside from the minimum guarantee deals that Epic has, you also talked about a third-party publishing business called Epic Games Publishing.
Yes.
And Mr. Spalding, you can take this exhibit down. Under this model, Epic pays 100% of the development costs and then recoups those costs and splits the profits 50-50 with developers, correct?
Right. Yes.
All right. And you think that 50-50 revenue split model is in favor of the developer?
Yes.
Your Honor, I apologize. There are 3 exhibits that are subject to a motion to seal, and I just want to get them on the record before they go up on the box, if that's okay. I apologize for interrupting the examination.
Okay.
Those exhibits are PX 2469.
Well, we haven't dealt with that yet, right?
That was shown during the direct examination.
I didn't admit 2469, did I? I don't see it in my list. Oh, yes, I did. Okay, so that one will hold,
That's correct.
and what else?
5536
Okay, hold,
and 3993.
okay. Proceed, Ms. Dunn.
3399, I apologize.
Okay, 3993 or 3399?
My understanding is both. And I apologize for interrupting the examination.
Ms. Dunn.
Thank you. So this is a presentation from June of 2020.
Where are we?
We are in, I'll tell you 1 second, PX 2469. This is the exhibit that your counsel walked you through.
Yep.
Okay. If you'll turn to page 8. All right, so the top of this slide says EGS plus EGP 5-year P&L model, prior versus current plans.
Yep.
And the projections on the left are projections as of the fall of 2019. Do you see that?
That's right.
All right, and at that time, the P&L view reflected only the Epic Games Store. That's correct. And then on the right side, by June of 2020, Epic had decided to combine the Epic Games Store and Epic Games Publishing in the P&L view.
I would say our FP&A team created a view that combines those two. Epic didn't decide to communicate or form our PLs in this way. Our FP&A team did this as an example to have a discussion. Our FP&A team put this together to illustrate a point.
Okay. But you don't disagree that the left is just the Epic Games Store as of the fall of 2019, correct?
Yes, about a year and a half ago, correct.
Okay. And then slide 9 is the next slide, and that just says graveyard on it. So those are slides that were not used, correct?
Yes.
All right, and if you look at slide 10 is the calculations for Epic Games Store only from June of 2020, not including publishing, correct?
This is a graveyard slide, so I'm not sure if it's here in complete or here in incomplete. I can't really. This is a PGS only slide, for sure.
Right. And in this deck in June of 2020, you don't disagree with that?
I agree it's in the graveyard in June of 2020, yeah. Graveyard needs not to be used.
So I'm going to now ask Mr. Spalding to compare on the screen for you the 2019 projection for the Epic Games Store only with the 2020 projection for gross revenue for the Epic Games Store. And when he does that, you can see that the 2020 figures are much lower than the 2019 figures. Can you see that?
I'm getting lost in what point you're trying to make. I see that they're different. They're also from different times. Our financial conversations are always evolving based on what's actually happening in real time, so we update our plans constantly.
Okay, and you don't disagree, sir, that what this reflects is the projected total gross revenue in 2019, like that. You don't disagree that in 2019, the projected total gross revenue for 2024 is $1.1 billion, but in 2020, this shows projected total gross revenue for 2024 as $836 million. Can you see that?
I see that they're different. I don't have all the context. I believe they are different views at different times based on different information and where we were having different scenarios. Like, we're constantly updating our plans based on what's happening.
Right. And all I'm asking you, sir, looking at this, the two slides that were in this deck.
They are different, yes.
Right. And they're not just a little bit different, they're quite a lot different. Because the difference for 2024 projected total gross revenue has decreased by $341 million, which is roughly a 30% decline. Can you see that?
I see that in these two comparisons that you're talking me through, yes.
Okay. All right, if you'll turn in your binder to Defense Exhibit 3681. These are messages from the Slack messaging platform. You recognize the platform?
I'm not finding 3681.
So it's lighter in color. It says redacted on my version.
Okay. Thank you.
Did you have DX 3681 in front of you? All right, this is a printout of Slack messages. And the employees within Epic Games sometimes use the Slack messaging platform to communicate with each other. Is that right?
Yes.
All right, and these particular messages are dated August 6th and 7th of 2020. And you were part of this Slack channel. You're part of these messages.
I guess so, yes, that's it.
Okay, if you look at page 4, you'll see your name, Stephen Allison.
Okay.
Your Honor, you move to admit DX 3681.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted.
All right, so if you look at this document, you'll see that these are Slack messages discussing Project Liberty and the Mega Drop. You see that?
I do.
Okay. And you know what Project Liberty is, correct?
I do.
And the Mega Drop was a permanent 20% reduction in price for Fortnite on other platforms other than iOS and Android, correct?
That's my understanding.
All right, and that price reduction in Fortnite was set to occur on the same day as the hotfix would be activated on iOS and Android Fortnite apps. That's
I don't know that detail.
Okay. But you're aware, sir, that the activation of the hotfix took place on August 13th of 2020.
I'm aware of that general time frame.
All right. And if you look at the last entry on page 4,
yes.
This is something that you said, Stephen Allison. There's your name. You see that?
I did.
All right. And you say GTA caused EGS to fall over. And GTA is an acronym for Grand Theft Auto, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And later in this post, you say it was that the traffic pointed at EGS web and launcher was so much larger than we even expected. We had issues for about 8 hours getting that sorted out, rescaling there.
That's right.
You see that? And what's being discussed here, sir, is the possibility of Epic Games Store being overwhelmed on August 13th of 2020, correct?
If I can recall, which I do slightly, this is the team checking in to see that if we get a high volume of traffic, that the store will not fall over, and be confirming that it will not.
Right. But specifically, when the hotfix was activated and the mega drop occurred on August 13th of 2020, correct?
I think so.
So if you direct your attention to page 5, your next message expressly mentions August 13th. Let me know if that helps refresh your recollection.
I do. I was referencing games that we were giving away free.
Okay. And you want to make sure that the Epic Games Store, which had previous problems sustaining a high level of traffic, did not fall over.
The Epic Games Store has had 1 or 2 examples of not sustaining historic levels of traffic, to be clear.
And you were expecting on August 13th, 2020, historic levels of traffic, correct?
We were giving Total War away free, and we expected high traffic.
All right. So you were involved in this Slack chat. Were you also involved in the all-day Project Liberty Slack channel that took place on August 13th?
I don't know that I was. I can't remember.
Okay. Were you involved in the all-day Zoom session that took place that day?
No.
Okay. Are you aware that there was a run of show that set forth step-by-step everything that would happen on August 13th?
No.
All right. Mr. Allison, it would not be accurate, in your opinion, to characterize Epic's 12% commission as just a payment processing fee, right?
No.
No, it wouldn't.
No, it would not.
It would not be accurate to characterize it that way.
That it's a payment processing fee?
Yeah.
No.
I'm just trying to avoid a double negative. All right. Because people are paying Epic to be on the platform. Right?
Yeah.
Right. And Epic does not view Epic Game Store's commission as a payment processing fee, but rather a payment for access to your audience. Isn't that correct?
Yes. It's a way to say it. Yes.
And comparing Epic's commission to a payment processing fee charged by, for example, credit cards would be apples to oranges because a developer can't present a game to 60 million users with a payment processor, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, prior to December 2019, Epic Game Store required developers to use the Epic payment mechanism for all game purchases and in-game purchases. I believe you said that on direct exam.
That's correct.
All right, but in December of 2019, Epic changed its policy to allow third-party developers on Epic Game Store to use payment mechanisms other than Epic's own for in-game purchases. Correct? All right, and was Mr. Sweeney involved in that decision?
Yeah.
Okay. Your testimony on when the court asked you about this is that this had nothing to do with Project Liberty.
Not from my perspective, no.
Okay, would your view change if you knew that Mr. Sweeney testified that the idea for Project Liberty developed throughout 2019?
I didn't participate in any of that ideation, so I'm unaware of when or how it was formulated.
If you knew that it was formulated in December of 2019, would it change your testimony today?
No. I'd be happy to clarify.
That's okay, your counsel can ask you. And you're aware, sir, that developers are still required to use Epic's payment mechanism for buying a game as opposed to in-game purchases, correct?
Yes.
All right.
So when did you become involved in Project Liberty?
Today, this Slack will be the first time I had wind of it when they were checking on volume, and then I was read in more depth on, I think, the 11th of August.
August 2020.
Yes.
Well, Mr. Allison, when you found out about Project Liberty, did you say to Mr. Sweeney that perhaps Epic should not be deceiving Apple?
I said nothing to Mr. Sweeney about Project Liberty.
All right, I pass the witness.
Cross, redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Allison, could I ask you to start by turning to Exhibit DX5536 in the bond that counsel for Apple handed you?
Yes. Which number again? Sorry.
5536.
556. Yes.
What is this document that you're looking at?
This is the Fortnite beginner's guide.
Do you have any responsibilities for Fortnite at Epic?
I do not.
Do you have any sort of marketing responsibilities for first-party content?
As a platform, we engage with the Fortnite team and our first-party teams like they're any other developer. So we market on their behalf, working with their publishing team.
Do you have any? Did you review this document before it was published?
I've never seen it before.
Mr. Allison, you asked a few questions about the 8812 revenue split. Do you recall that?
Yes.
There was a question as to whether it was outside industry standard. Do you recall that?
I do.
Could I ask you to open up your deposition transcript, page 53?
Okay. I'm here.
Okay, and you see the testimony that counsel directed you to?
Yes.
Do you recall what time period you were referring to in that testimony?
I don't.
Well, I might be able, if you would take a look back at page 50. Towards the top of page 50, there's a reference to the document that you were looking at the time. Does this refresh your recollection as to what time period you were referring to there?
Yes.
Okay. And what time period was that?
Looks like July of 2019.
And have there been any changes in industry commission structure since that time?
There have.
What are those changes?
Microsoft has switched to an 88/12 share on the Windows 10 store. There have been numerous self-published games that get different rev share, 95.5. itch.io offers a pay what you want structure. But the big change is that Microsoft shifted their royalty structure. Steam did it before we released in December of 2018. I also understand that some royalties have changed on mobile.
Mr. Austin, if you could take a look at Exhibit DX4638 in the binder that council handed you.
Yes.
Can you explain to the court what was going on in this discussion?
We had a developer who we are very fond of, think highly of, and are close with. They were very proud of their partnership with the Epic Games Store and did a blog post with sarcasm about the conversations that were happening around the Epic Games Store, those issues like we don't have enough features or exclusive or anti-consumer, as a way of trying to diffuse a conversation in the community that this developer thought was silly, for lack of a better term, and it backfired on them.
So the developers disagreed that it was silly?
No, the developer here agreed that...
No, but when you say it backfired, it's because there was backlash for his perspective.
There was backlash from the trolling community from sort of stoking this conversation anew, and just brought out every sort of trolls, people who go onto forums and say terrible things about all sorts of topics, but it brought out the trolls on the Epic Games Store, yeah.
Allison, could you turn to page to exhibit TS2469, please?
Yes.
Could you turn to PS2469.8?
Yes.
The page that Counsel for Apple directed you to?
I believe so, yes.
And could you turn to PS2469.10?
Yes.
Is this another page that Counsel for Apple directed you to?
Yeah.
And she asked you to compare projections on those two pages, is that right?
I believe so.
Okay. Do you have any understanding for whether the slide on page 10 is a final analysis?
It is not. Anything that goes into a graveyard is a slide that is dead, is either not complete, it might not be accurate, it might not be, it's just not for use.
Are there any revenue sources that are reflected on slide 8 that are not reflected on slide 10?
Yes.
What are those?
The Epic Games publishing revenue is in the table to the right on slide 8 and is not part of slide 10.
Could you take a look at DX3681, please?
Yes.
In your answer, you referenced something about a game sale, is that correct?
Let me find it. What page?
So your Slack message in this chain that you were directed to was, I apologize.
We had a game launch on 8/13.
So on page CX3681.005, towards the top of the page, you wrote a message said, plus we're also giving remnant from the ashes. Did you see that? And I believe in your answer to Apple's counsel, you referenced a free game promotion at that point. But could you explain what that was?
Yeah, we had a partnership with Sega on Total War Troy, a historical strategy simulation to give away Total War Troy, their brand new game, free for 24 hours. Plus, we were also giving away a game called Remnant from the Ashes free. So it was going to be a big volume day for the Epic Games Store free games.
Do you have an understanding for what the discussion was that was taking place in this section?
At this time, I had very little contact, but I understood that they were concerned that there was going to be a high volume day on the Fortnite.
So on 8/6, we did or did not know that 8/13 was the Project Liberty launch.
I got pulled into this. When you get pulled into Flash, you kind of get pulled in out of context. I got pulled in to talk about, I didn't know what was going on exactly.
Okay. All you know is that there was something happening, and you didn't know what.
That's correct.
Mr. Allison, you were shown the Epic Games Store webpage, is that correct?
Yes.
And I believe you testified earlier that there were certain non-game apps that appeared on the Epic Games Store. Is that correct? Where would one find those apps on the Epic Games Store webpage?
Right now, because they're correct, we added several on 422. We need to implement new tags for apps, and Spotify would show up on the Spotify.
So is there a particular section of the website?
Yes, there is an app. There is what we call a landing page for apps within the Epic Games Store. We could look at it, but there's a dedicated area for apps on the Epic Games Store. You're correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Any recross limited to the scope of redirect?
Very briefly, Your Honor. I believe the counsel just asked you about the apps that had been added recently. So now that you know that there's this offensive and sexual conduct, now that you know that there are offensive and sexualized apps on itch.io, as the head of the Epic Games Store, do you plan to do anything about that?
Objection, Your Honor, outside the scope of redirect.
Overruled.
I don't have an answer for you. I will still dig in when we get back, but I don't have an answer for you. I'm not sure. It's these apps are itch.io apps, not the Epic Games Store apps.
Right. So Epic has been advertising putting these apps in the store. Mr. Sweeney put up a tweet about itch.io, and now you seem to be distancing yourself from itch.io because you realize that there are apps in there that you have not reviewed and cannot stand behind.
I disagree with what you're saying. Itch.io is an incredible community for developers that we support fully. They have an open platform and therefore have different moderation standards in the Epic Games Store.
Right. I just want to know if you support fully the offensive and sexualized content that is available there when people go to the Epic Games Store and download itch.io.
I can't answer that question. I don't support sexualized content of any sort.
All right. So please turn in your binder to DX 3955.
Okay.
This is an Epic Games Store presentation to the Epic Board of Directors.
Yes, in 2019.
Your Honor, we need to admit if we haven't done that already.
Okay. No objections?
Your Honor, I note that this is subject to a motion to seal, and this is outside the scope of redirect, but otherwise, no objections to the admission of the exhibit.
We still want to stand, and I still have questions. It's admitted subject to sealing.
Thank you, Your Honor. So please turn to page 3. And Mr. Spalding, if you could put that on the screen.
Is this within the scope of redirect?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry, are you having technical difficulties?
Yeah, can you switch it over, Francis? Thank you.
Thank you.
And, Your Honor, because this exhibit is subject to a motion to seal, I might ask that it not be shown on the screen.
Your Honor, I do not plan to show anything subject to a motion.
Okay. Okay.
All right. Sir, will you please look at the top of this document? It says Epic Game Store Strategy, and the first bullet in this board deck says, provide developers with better economics, 88-12 revenue share versus 70-30 industry standards. Do you see that?
Okay.
Okay. And that was in the strategy document. This is no longer in the past 3 months industry standard. Is that correct?
Things have changed.
Sir, my question is that your testimony?
That is my testimony.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Okay. Any questions with respect to those two topics?
Just one more.
Again, don't promise. Don't say one, because, see, I'm being nice. There are some judges who will say sit down.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Allison, can you take a look at DX 3955?
Yes.
What's the date on this document?
August of 2019, August 13th, 2019.
How long after the Epic Game Store launched was this document created?
8.5 months?
Have there been any changes in industry commissions since this document was created?
Yes.
Thank you. No further question.
Great. Mr. Allison.
Well, broadly, anyone who creates games and apps and publishes games and apps, but the industry standard here at this point in time was referring to game stores. I'll clarify that.
Because you identified 2 changes. So 2 changes in the entire industry changes the industry?
Well, Steam has a 70 to 85% market share and has changed their rev share. And you talked about that tiered structure. The Windows 10 store is arguably the 3rd biggest after us. Apple and Google, I believe, also changed their rev share for the first $1 million of revenue sold on their platforms since this time. So I think those are the big players, yes.
Okay. Did you ever ask anyone who you consider to be more senior than you why you were not advised of Project Liberty?
I have not.
Okay. Anything on that question? On those questions?
Nothing here, Your Honor.
Leon. All right, sir. You may step down. Next witness.
Your Honor, Epic called Matthew Leisinger.
Yes, I do.
All right, please be seated. And then would you please state your full name and...
Sure. It's Matthew Reed Leisinger. Last name W-E-I-S-S-I-N-G-E-R.
Good afternoon, please.
Good afternoon.
You may proceed. Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Good afternoon, Mr. Leisinger.
This end of the week.
Also without coffee. Where are you employed?
Epic Games.
And when did you join Epic Games?
In May of 2016.
What was your title and role when you joined?
I was Director of Marketing focused on the games business.
And did your title and role change at some point?
Yes, over the years, I took on additional responsibilities. I was promoted to head of marketing. Some of the additional responsibilities I took on along the way were product management, analytics, user acquisition, the user experience, team, player support, PR, community, among others. And then a couple of years later, I was promoted to vice president of marketing. And in that role, I also oversaw house party and social efforts, as well as international publishing.
And in your marketing capacity, do you interact with any other aspects of Epic's business?
Yes, I also frequently work with our Epic Games stores, our Epic Games publishing teams, and the Unreal Engine team as well.
By now, I think it's fair to say we've heard a bit about Fortnite, but just if you could just briefly or generally describe what Fortnite is and how users go about experiencing it.
Sure. Very briefly, when people think of Fortnite, they generally think of 3 modes. It is the Battle Royale mode. It's a classic 99 players and 1 wins. It's a classic Battle Royale mode with 99 players and 1 win. But in addition to that, there's other modes of play as well, including creative mode and party royale mode.
What's creative mode?
Creative mode is basically a separate area of the game where a player can create their own unique social hub experience. In that mode, they can create all sorts of different play types. That would include things like a virtual tourism exhibit. It could be things that are just social experiences such as a fashion show. They could be something like composed music inside of this. So it actually represents a whole diverse set of additional play modes that they can create using some user tools.
We have a demonstrative video that has been prepared for creative mode. I believe there's no objection, but I wanted to confirm before we publish it.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Rudd. Would you please queue up and play PDX0067?
I can't believe this was made in Fortnite. XWDFR is an amazing map maker, and they recreated Paris and the entire Louvre in Fortnite. Gosh, guys, that looks incredible. Check out this picture of the real art, and then here's his art.
Hey everyone, Pimmet here. Today I built a working calculator in Fortnite. At 950 V-Bucks each, I needed to do 25 times 950 to figure out how many V-Bucks I needed. All the numbers you enter are saved right here in the memory. Then, once you calculate, these attribute triggers figure out which numbers are stored in the memory, allowing the rest of the mechanics to do the math.
Hello, buddy. It's Ben Dominator, and today I'm going to be giving you guys some great tips and tricks if you want to make your own Battle Royale trailers.
So after spending 5 whole hours on it, here's my finished feat, which is made in Fortnite creative mode.
And Mr. Weisinger, was that a demonstration of creative mode?
Yes.
You also mentioned Party Royale. Can you explain what that mode is all about?
Sure. Coming off of some of the success that we were seeing in our creative mode, we realized that people were using Fortnite in ways even that we hadn't necessarily expected in the beginning. And they're using them as basically a social place to get together and experience different events and activities inside of the game. So we actually created an entirely separate mode called Party Royale, where we could, at a faster pace and cadence, create more events and experiences for people to take part in inside of that mode.
What kind of events or experiences are being hosted within Party Royale?
There's a ton of different content. Some of the main ones include people can get together and watch linear content like television or movies. People can get together and watch a music experience at the concert or something like that. And then we also have separately used the platform to talk about various social justice issues.
Let's walk through those a bit in more detail. You mentioned linear content, like movies. Can you describe the movie event?
Sure. For movies, we actually have done kind of a short film festival recently, and then we also partner with like the major studios. So, for example, with Warner Brothers, we for the upcoming release of the movie Tenet, we partnered with them to actually host an interview with John David Washington, who's the lead actor in the movie. We had this interview, and then he actually went and queued up a promotional trailer for the movie. That was kind of a world premiere, world exclusive. And then after that, we actually had a celebration of Christopher Nolan films. Christopher Nolan was the director of Tenet. And so we separately hosted 3 different movies inside of Party Royale, including Tenet, The Dark Knight, and The Prestige. Oh, I'm sorry, I said Tenet. It was Dark Knight, Prestige, and Inception. That's what my brain just in.
And you also mentioned TV shows as part of that linear content that is occurring within Party Royale. Can you speak to some of those?
Sure. We partnered with a bunch of different groups. We partnered with ESPN, for example, to host some of the ESPN The Ocho content, and that's like this variety sports fun content that we showed over a weekend. And actually, how do you spell that? The Ocho, like O-C-H-O. Like,
Ocho, like 8.
Spanish for 8.
Okay, sorry. It's
World Collide.
And over 2 million people actually tuned in to watch that content. And then separately, another example is we partnered with Discovery Channel for their Shark Week content. It's a big annual event for them, and they had a new series called Tiger Shark King. And so we partnered with them to premiere an episode inside of Party Royale, and over 99,000 people actually ended up watching it.
You also mentioned linear content, or perhaps is there other types of linear content that gets hosted or viewed within Party Royale?
Yeah, I mean, separately, we know we have a big platform with Fortnite, and even outside of Fortnite, there's a lot of important things happening in the world. And so in one particular instance, we actually created a series to discuss issues around social and racial injustice that's happening in society and kind of foster discussion on those fronts. And it's a series called We the People, and it aired inside Party Royale. And I believe 1.5 million people actually tuned into that.
Well, why does it have to do it in Party Royale? Like, why couldn't Fortnite sponsor an app that says We the People, and then everybody can just use that app, and if it's just a discussion, it's all free?
Because we have so many people already going through Fortnite that we separately then have this platform where we can deliver content and experiences outside of the traditional Battle Royale game mode that people can partake in. And what we were seeing in these creative modes actually was that people were just joining to hang out and socialize with each other, and they were gravitating towards maps and experiences that had these kind of strange events or just social mechanics to them. And so Party Royale is the creation, it's got identifying those player habits and saying, wouldn't it be great if we had a place that didn't have competition and didn't have goals and didn't have challenges, where people could just hang out and experience awesome content together?
No, I still don't understand. So Party Royale is not its own app.
It's basically, when you first start up the game, there's a couple different options that you can take. You can go in a Battle Royale match, or you can go into Party Royale.
But you funnel them through the same app, right? You have one app, and then you funnel everything out of that app. My question is, why not just have 4 apps?
Because all of your social connections exist within that one app. So my friends list and all the people I normally hang out with are already
But
there.
what about cross-platforming? Why couldn't you have four apps, and as long as you had an account, everybody could, all your friends would still be there?
It's also just like a confusing experience for the user. So imagine it's like, oh, which of the 4 apps do I boot up? And how do I go and connect with you? It's much easier to just say, hop into Fortnite and do this cool thing. And it's, we've got all sorts of messaging tools inside of the game to say, when you're coming in, either check out this awesome experience. There's a concert going on. And it's like, cool. And there's 30 million people coming through the game, and you can send a message to them and say, hey, this is going on live right now. And then you tell your friends who are in the game, and let's go, let's check it out. And everybody goes, and they have this awesome experience together.
Thank you, Renner. You mentioned concerts just now. Can you tell the court about the concerts that have gone on within Fortnite?
Sure. Specifically, there's a lot of different concerts that we've done. The concerts specifically in Party Royale, we've had a wide variety of them. We do regional concerts, so we've done region-focused concerts like Kenshi Umetsu was one. It was a J-pop star, and that actual concert resulted at the time in the highest daily active users in Japan that we had ever had. We've done we premiered music videos with bands like BTS, who's it's one of the biggest bands on the planet, and we actually premiered music video for the Dynamite mode. And most recently, we did a DJ concert series with a DJ called Cascade. That was in March of this year, 2021. And it was in celebration of our Rocket League title, which is another Epic Games title, and we kind of came together and had this fan celebration around DJ Cascade.
Are there any other concerts of note that have occurred within Fortnite's history?
Yes. Separately, in our Battle Royale mode, we had some very major events, one with Marshmallow and another with Travis Scott.
And do you recall how many users came to experience the Travis Scott concert?
At its peak, I think we had 12.3 million concurrent players live in the Travis Scott experience at the same time. So it's just like not just people who came through to one of the 5 different shows. At its peak for the main show, the first one, it actually reached 12.3 million people all logged in at once at the same time.
That happened when Fortnite was still on iOS, right?
That's correct.
Do you recall how many of that 12.3 million concurrent users were iOS users?
I believe it's 2 million.
Do we have a demonstrative video that shows some examples of the content that has been made available on Party Royale?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask Mr. Rudd to queue up and play PDF 0065.
Without further ado, let's get to the world premiere of the brand new trailer for the first time ever right here in Fortnite. Check it out.
All I have for you is a word.
You see, Mandela and company can.
Do you think about creative mode and Party Royale as games?
It's probably one of the remarkable things about Fortnite is we are building the beginnings of what we think is this thing called the metaverse. And it's a social place where people can experience events together and hang out together. And probably the best way, and one of the ways that I've tried to explain it, when people say, hey, what's going on in Fortnite? Is think about all of us in the situation that we're in right now and kind of locked down. And how we try to stay socially connected to each other. And some of the most meaningful experiences that I've had have been when we kind of log into Zoom and we have our friends and our parents and we all kind of, our family get together and we celebrate Grandpa's birthday. And we all sing together and then we turn on some filters. We have this great kind of shared moment together. And we do it in other ways too. We'll connect and we'll all go in for a cooking class or a happy hour, or my kids and I did a magician show. And we come together in these ways where even though we're hundreds of thousands of miles apart, we come together in these shared experiences that are extremely meaningful. And so you look at Fortnite, and that's what people are doing inside there. And I think people don't really understand the scale of it. It's nearly half of the players coming in for a game on a daily basis are playing creative and party royale modes. And that's like 30 million people every day coming in. And so when people say, Matt, why is Fortnite so special? Like, why does it, why did this game do that? And know what the game could. And my answer is basically like, it's more than a game. It's not just a game. There's a reason that this game did that. It's because there's more to it.
In Battle Royale mode, which is the one that I think you described as a more traditional game, players against each other, do you have to play a match in Battle Royale?
No, that was one of the other interesting insights that came that we identified early when people were playing Battle Royale was people were squatting up and playing together with friends. But there were some people who just weren't playing the game. And it was because they just wanted to hang out and talk, but they didn't want to actually play the Battle Royale mode. So we actually created this whole separate feature called Sit Out. And at the end of the match, you could click this button and say, I just want to sit this one out. And you don't even have to play. You just go hanging out with your friends and you can cheer them on in the match or you can just talk. But this is like a direct feature mode that we created in response to these play patterns that we've seen.
Have you heard of Roblox?
Yes.
And we were just talking about Battle Royale and Fortnite. Does Roblox have any Battle Royale equivalents within Roblox?
Yes, it is.
And you've described what the creative mode is and the types of user-built content that Fortnite has. Does Roblox have that?
Yes, it do.
And in terms of experiences like concerts or other types of content, are you familiar with whether Roblox has that?
We do. I think they just threw a Lil Nas X on. They threw a Lil, L-I-L, Nas, N-A-S, X concert.
That's a musician?
Yeah. I think he's got the number one hit right now or something.
Does Fortnite view Roblox as one of its competitors in all these categories?
Absolutely.
In your view, is there an industry standard definition of what could be called a game?
I don't think so. I mean, yeah.
How much does it cost to download and play Fortnite?
In general, Fortnite is free to play and download.
Why?
Another one of the special things about Fortnite is, and even strategically kind of the way we came about the game was we knew how important social connections were. And so we have lots of information that says if you play with a friend, you'll play the game more. And so fundamentally, we want to have as many and as strong social connections as possible inside the game. And so one of the barriers to a social connection can just be a gate price. So imagine like you're going to, there's a concert somewhere, or a real life concert, and it costs $50, and you and your friends all want to go, but you don't have $50. And guess what? You're not going to a concert, and you're not spending hours with your friends, and you're not all hanging out together that evening. And so the gate price is the same thing for Fortnite. We want as many people to be able to come in and have 12.3 million people attend a Travis Scott concert at the same time. There should be just no barrier to those connections and those experiences.
Just to be clear, did a user have to pay anything whatsoever to watch Travis Scott?
No.
That's true of all the experiences within Party Royale that you walked through? Those are all free?
Yes.
How does Fortnite go about making money then?
Fortnite sells digital items, primarily basically cosmetics. These don't provide any sort of a gameplay advantage. So they don't make you better inside the game. It's just a way to express yourself inside of the game.
So in terms of the content not offering a gameplay advantage, why aren't you offering any in-app purchases that advance someone's gameplay?
It kind of relates back to that conversation around social connections. We want it also to be a fair experience for everybody playing the game. And we think that a pay-to-win mechanic, which is what we would call it in the industry, where you basically have an advantage over other players inside the game, is inherently unfair. And so we would never have a pay-to-win mechanic in a player versus player experience.
And so in terms of the digital content that is available, the cosmetics that you described, how does a user go about obtaining that content that is offered within Fortnite?
There's two primary ways. You can purchase V-Bucks, which is a digital currency, which you can then redeem for cosmetics inside the game. Basically, you take this virtual currency, you go to the Fortnite item shop, and you can buy individual items. Or we have these things called real money transactions. We call them RMTs, but essentially these are bundles of cosmetics that are generally priced at a discount that you purchase for a real dollar amount inside of the game.
Where can users obtain those real money transactions?
So yes, the RMTs, the real money transactions, are available inside of the game, but there's a couple ways that you can also buy them outside of the game as well. On the consoles, so Xbox and PlayStation and Nintendo, you can purchase these RMTs right alongside where you would download the Fortnite client. So you go into the Xbox store, and you go to the Fortnite in there, and you can see these separate cosmetic bundles that would be available. You can also buy these in a limited amount at actually retail. So you could buy a cosmetic bundle at a brick and mortar store as well. We've got some cases of that also. You can also get it from the Epic Games Store separately as a purchase outside of the Fortnite client.
So with respect to the console stores you were just describing, how these RMTs are offered sort of separate and apart from offering Fortnite for download, when Fortnite was available on iOS, were those same real money transactions available on the Apple App Store?
No, we were not able to offer those.
Just going back to, you said users can buy V-Bucks and redeem them. Is purchasing individual cosmetic items one by one the only way to purchase digital content within Fortnite?
No, there's other ways. You can actually, we have a couple different products inside of the game. One is the Battle Pass. And the Battle Pass is basically one about every 10 weeks that arrives in the game. And it's essentially just a collection of cosmetic goods that you can purchase, and then you unlock that content by playing the game. It is, from the player's perspective, it is the kind of the best value that you can get inside of the game. In addition to that, in December of 2020, we launched Fortnite Crew, which is a subscription offering. And in that subscription offering, you pay $12 a month, and you receive 1,000 V-Bucks each month. You receive a cosmetic, basically an exclusive cosmetic pack, and you receive the Battle Pass as well, in addition to some other stuff that we throw in maybe every month.
What is that cost? Oh, you said $12?
Yeah.
Why did you launch the subscription service?
If you play Fortnite regularly, then every 10 weeks, I mentioned this thing called the Battle Pass, and you have all these different events going on, then you're making these transactions, semi-regularly. And every time you do that, you're going into the purchase screen, you're maybe having to purchase V-Bucks before then you go and purchase cosmetics, or you separately don't want to store your credit card information, and so you're entering that in every time. And so it's just, there's additional kind of friction and work that you have to do in order to make a purchase. And so if you play Fortnite regularly, the subscription is created so that you get an awesome deal. Certainly if you are buying V-Bucks plus the cosmetic set plus the Battle Pass, this is the best value in the game. But you're only having to make that transaction once.
So between buying the real money transactions or the RMTs outside of Fortnite and buying digital content within Fortnite, where do most users make their purchases?
The large bulk comes from inside the client.
Inside Fortnite?
Inside of Fortnite.
So going back again just for a moment for when Fortnite was available on iOS, when a user made a purchase within Fortnite, their iOS Fortnite app, and for some reason wanted a refund, what happened in that circumstance?
In that situation, the player needs to go to Apple to request a refund. It is a cause of confusion for our players because they spend all of their time inside of Fortnite. They're playing this experience that they know is provided by Epic Games. And so they come to us and they say, hey, I had an issue, or hey, I had trouble, or hey, why didn't this thing show up? And they come to Epic and you have to say, I'm sorry, you have to go to Apple actually to fix this. And it's just a poor experience because they don't really know what's going on.
Did you have those issues if you could offer your own payment processor?
No, and we don't, and we do have our own payment processor with the Epic themselves, and so we're able to handle that whole experience for the player.
What impact, if any, from your perspective, would it have on Epic if it could not offer in-app purchases within Fortnite?
It would be devastating. It would completely sink the business from its current thing.
Why?
There's a lot of reasons. First, the Fortnite game client itself is the best way to actually present and show what you are purchasing. So imagine you're buying a cosmetic inside of the game. Well, you can actually, in Fortnite, you can take that outfit and you can zoom in on it and you can look at all the detail on the belt buckle that the artist spent weeks putting together. You can spin it around, you can see the cloth simulation and everything kind of flapping. You can see, the specular reflections of the metal and the cool outfit. If you're purchasing an emote, like one of the fun dances, you can actually play it and see it animate and do all the things and see all the cool effects and and all that stuff inside of the comment. And so it's like, this is, this is the kind of tried before you buy. If you're doing it outside of Fortnite, you can do any of those things. You'd probably be relegated to just having a small image, static image. If you're lucky, maybe you'd have a video. But the way I would describe it is the difference is almost going to Macy's and actually putting on an outfit and getting in front of the mirror and being able to turn around and look at it and go, oh, this looks nice, versus trying to purchase something through like a mail order catalog and just seeing a single static image and kind of being like, yeah, okay, works, look at this.
Are there other reasons why Fortnite's business would suffer if it were not able to offer in-app purchases?
Yeah, another key way is when you go into Fortnite, you're going into basically immersing yourself into an experience. You're going in and you're making friend connections and social connections, and you're essentially wanting to go to this place, for some set amount of time. If suddenly you're going to have to leave that experience, you're totally breaking the immersion of it. I guess at that point you would tell your friends, hey, I know we're all really excited about the Travis Scott concert, and I guess we're all here celebrating it, but I'm going to leave and boot up my computer or on the phone, and I'm going to scroll and go and find the thing, and then I'm going to purchase it, and then I'm going to come back into the game. Maybe, I don't know. Like, you leave the game, so you may not come back. Maybe you make a purchase, maybe you go make a sandwich, and then you don't come back into the game. It's just like a totally disjointed experience, and it's like absolutely everything that we don't want people to do. Like, we don't want you to leave the game and try and purchase.
Can't Epic just monetize Fortnite by offering in-app advertising? Paid?
No, philosophically, we never do that. Ads are a terrible experience. I think this is pretty easy to understand. If you've ever watched a movie on cable and you've got an ad in the face every 10 minutes, feels like 10 seconds, versus just streaming something on Netflix from start to finish, I think it's pretty easy to say that is a superior experience. The ad-free experience is superior, and that is Fortnite to a T. Like, we do not want that.
So let's shift gears to marketing. Fortnite, at a high level, what are Epic's goals with respect to marketing for Fortnite?
Sure. At a high level, we want to bring in new users, and we want to engage the existing users who are already in Fortnite.
Is one of those goals more important than the other from your perspective?
No. New users kind of represent the future growth. Those existing users are basically the core. These are the people who are playing the game. We target those people.
What does Epic do to market Fortnite at a high level?
It's another one of those funny things about Fortnite that's a little bit different. At a very high level, how we try to market is, believe it or not, the biggest marketing vehicle that we have is the game itself. And you've got 30 million people going through on a given day. I just can't buy an ad that has that reach and hits that market like a current user base. And so, believe it or not, whenever we're building events or we're premiering content, we're actually using the game itself to hype up that experience. And we do that in a number of ways, but it's basically through both our in-game narrative and also through various messaging tools that we have inside of the game as well.
So let's start with the narrative-related aspects that you just described. Can you explain what Fortnite is doing within Fortnite on a marketing side with respect to narrative content?
Sure. We have a lot of just kind of Fortnite lore that is constantly occurring. So we'll create these really cool experiences that are happening over the course of a season, and we'll introduce new characters, and we'll kind of introduce plot lines, and these all kind of get the user to understand why certain characters are important or why they should care about a certain thing inside of the game, and we'll kind of breadcrumb those experiences to build up to a particular release or a particular launch or a particular event.
Sorry, I thought you were giving me a question. Are there any other narrative-related aspects to what you're doing within Fortnite to market?
Sure. We're also partnering with IP holders. So this would be your Disney, your Avengers type partners, and so we'll separately create experiences inside of the game where we'll do some crossover event, and it's really built to be a celebration of our fan base and their fan base, and we do some really cool event that feels authentic, and then often we'll sell cosmetics associated with those events as well.
Are the live events that you described earlier, do those factor in any way to the narrative-related marketing?
Yes, we also host live events as well. This is basically like a Travis Scott event. But we have all sorts of various live events that we do. We had one with Marvel that was really successful as well. And in these live events, we have countdown clocks and countdown timers. For the Travis Scott concert, we actually had posters that started showing up and said, astronomical show, tune in for these show times. And so what ends up happening is we're starting to hype and premiere and start conversation inside of the game, and then we try to amplify that then outside of the game.
Are those events that you just described geared in any way toward attracting new users?
Absolutely.
Are the types of new users that you're hoping to get different in any way from your existing base?
Yes. Fortnite grew exceptionally fast, and we actually reached pretty significant penetration on console very quickly. And so a lot of the events, when we're trying to create them, we're specifically focusing on partnerships or collaborations that have wide social reach and inherently also wide mobile reach. And so we will, there's a reason why we target somebody like Neymar most recently. He just came in the game. Neymar is an international soccer icon. He's a top 15 most followed person on Instagram. And he has tremendous social reach. And so we partner and bring these folks into the game because they have incredible social reach and mobile reach in places that we normally can't access or reach an audience that we normally have never even considered Fortnite, but the fans of Neymar, and they say, oh, cool, that actually looks really neat. I can go take part in this Neymar experience inside of Fortnite.
What is the existing base?
I'm sorry?
You said it's different from the existing base. I'm asking what the existing base was as the foundation for your statement.
I was saying the existing the console penetrated base, where we've kind of largely saturated it on Xbox and PlayStation. And so we're focusing on additional new activations that try and bring in a wider audience.
Okay.
And have those those types of events, in fact, attracted those mobile users?
Yes.
So going back to how you do within Fortnite, you also mentioned in-app messaging tools. Can you describe those?
Yes, we have a number of different messaging tools inside the app. We have a message of the day, for example. When you first log in, you go in and you get this nice, awesome splash screen. It's basically a full-size screen a render that we've created, a really cool marketing image. We can share video content through that screen as well. We also have just a whole series of various kind of pop-ups and banners that we can use to provide information on the cool new things that are happening inside the game, whether it's new features, new outfits. And then separately, the item shop itself almost serves as a marketing tool. We program in the content in the item shop to be seasonally relevant. So around summer, you're going to see summer-themed outfits, or regionally relevant. And so around the cultural events like Carnival in Brazil, you're going to see party-themed outfits and festival-themed kind of outfits that are arriving in the item shop as well. So it's
Right back up on the existing base question. So do you have 100% of that base?
No, the research that we've looked at is we're probably closer to 80, maybe 90.
Okay, thank you.
So we talked about what you're doing within Fortnite to help market. Are you doing anything outside of Fortnite to market?
Yes. So we kind of start within the game and we start creating these experiences and building the buzz and the hype, and then we amplify that across a whole number of different channels. We do your traditional paid user acquisition campaigns. We've got our social channels, which are some of the biggest in all of entertainment, and certainly the most engaged, which just means chatter and people talking. Like, we have gigantic social channels, so we use that. There's a lot of things that we do in real life as well, especially when it's not on a lockdown situation, but we host tournaments and we do community events and festivals. You know, the Fortnite World Cup is an example of a really big competitive tournament that we actually ran in New York that had tons, over 10,000 people attend. And then we also have a support a creator program, which is basically a paid affiliate program.
And just to you use the term paid user acquisition. Is that what we might think of as advertising?
Yeah, it's basically a traditional. I'm buying a search ad, I'm buying a static image ad, I'm buying a video ad.
You mentioned that you have a large Fortnite has a large social media presence. Do you have an estimate of how many followers across the various social media channels Fortnite has?
It's over 100 million.
Well, so you mentioned the types of paid advertising that Epic does. Do you do videos in connection with that, or trailers?
Yes. Around some of our larger beats, we actually create really cool cinematic content. And we use those both just, to kind of, like you would a cinematic trailer, to kind of build hype and buzz. We also use those in our paid advertising.
Do you have any examples of those that come to mind?
Yes. One that we actually did was around our Star Wars collaboration. And the first kind of Star Wars cosmetic that we had entering the game was the Imperial Stormtrooper. And so we created a special trailer for that.
Your Honor, I would like to publish a video that has been marked for identification as PX2783. We are actually going to be offering this into evidence. I do believe there's no objection, but again, before publishing it, I just wanted to confirm that it's okay.
You said 278?
2783.
2783. No objection?
Correct, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead. And I say that for this one, since it's not a demonstrative, you have like a flash drive or something for us? How are you actually putting it in evidence? Okay, thank you. Is there audio?
There is.
All right, the court reporter is ready.
Actually, I apologize. I don't remember.
To the extent there is, the court reporter is relieved of her duties to transcribe that portion.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Rudd, would you please?
know. Other than that great theme song that we all know. So 2783 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. How much money does Epic spend on marketing Fortnite per year?
Between the paid ads that I talked about, and the events, and that support a creator affiliate program, it's over $300 million a year.
And overall, can you tell us how much Epic has spent on marketing Fortnite in total?
Over $1 billion.
Do you have an understanding as to whether Epic's Fortnite marketing has been successful?
Yes, it has.
And how so?
Depending on how you slice it, I think Fortnite is the largest single entertainment launch of all time. And that would be across film, that would be across interactive, and across sport.
Has Fortnite been financially successful?
Yes.
And to what do you attribute Fortnite's financial success? Driving that, in other words.
That was Epic. I mean, that was us. We did that work.
Your Honor, I just want to ask, I am moving on to another topic, but we do still have a couple minutes left, but I will definitely not be finishing today, so I wanted to just ask what your preference would be.
It's a different topic. We can stop at this point. So what is Fortnite doing for Mother's Day? I guess mothers don't want their kids to be playing on games during Mother's Day. Or maybe they do.
Something now.
Actually, you're right. They do. Maybe they do. Well, we'll leave it at that in terms of discussion. I do, at the end of this day here, at the end of this first week, I will say, again, great lawyers in the courtroom. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. But all in all, again, I appreciate you trying to make this as easily accessible as is possible. Having the binders worked better. It's much more smooth today than it was yesterday. With respect to these documents that are sealed, we have to get our arms around that. We have not. So this is what I'm going to require. I want those documents in general by 5 p.m. every day so that you leave the courtroom, you go figure it out, and you send them to me so I can address it first thing in the morning. I'm not going to do that for today because I'm not going to look at them today. But by noon tomorrow, I want all of these outstanding sealing issues addressed so that we can take care of it over the weekend for you. Mr. Dorn, did you have something you want to address? Your mic's not on.
I'm used to hearing an echo. There I am. Your Honor, I know by stipulation of the parties and assent of the court that we were going to start with experts next week. And my question is simply whether we will be finishing Mr. Weisinger Monday morning before that, or whether he will now be deferred until after the experts.
Your Honor, our preference would be strong preference would be to finish Mr. Weisinger and then immediately go into the experts.
I would join in that, actually.
Okay.
Right.
So how much more do you have, Ms. Moskowitz? Best guess would be 20 minutes. Okay, Mr. Dorn, what's your clock look like?
30 to 40.
Okay, so that way you all know for purposes of your experts.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, so sir, you are you may step down for the day.
Thank you.
See you on Monday morning. Yes.
I just had one housekeeping matter, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Yesterday at trial transcript pages 879 and 880, and I conferred with Mr. Doran about this. Your Honor asked us to confirm that the first group of documents that had gone in were in fact business records. And Mr. Doran and I have gone through them, and we have confirmed that they are. One of them, PX052, is a series of Apple emails, the bottom earliest one of which is actually a Tim Sweeney email, on top of which others comment. And so that one is subject to the same ruling, Your Honor, as it now is a standing comment on taking evidence as it is. But they're all confirmed as business records, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Doran, anything else?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, well, I will extend my well wishes to all the mothers in this courtroom, all the mothers in the remote war rooms, and to all those who may be listening. I myself am postponing until my son gets home from college, which is next week. I'd much rather be with him for that too. But again, I hope you all have a good weekend. Try to get a little bit of rest, and we'll see you all Monday morning. We'll stand adjourned. Thank you.
Goodbye.
Pour up for a good time, Corona, get that good vibe. Drinking till the sunrise, just like we used to do. Mexico, let's go there. Yeah, sex is slow, I don't care where we go as long as I'm there with you. Just like we used to do. Still tired like your friends, what we used to do. Yeah. I say the feeling's mutual. Distance between us dissolves when I fly over. Pull up, shotgun, sitting wide open. Hop in, tell me how your life been. Used to talk every day till the night's end. Been a year now, I'ma need the whole school. You thriving, update me on them goals too. Yeah, I could listen to you forever. Filling up a few of them strong, never let them take us anywhere they plan to. Don't jump the gun, but when we sippin' something, you already know what's up. Lean back, I'll take you where we used to go. We both familiar on what the future holds. Bottoms up for the time that we wasted. Later we got reacquainted. For a good time, Corona, get that good vibe. Drinking till the sunrise, just like we used to do. Mexico, let's go there. Yeah, sex is slow, I don't care where we go as long as I'm there with you. Just like we used to do. You work hard, you need a vacation. I'll take your lifestyle, rearrange.
Your conference is ending now. As requested by the host, please hang up.
My right hand, I'm catering to your life. From the room, see the waves hit the shoreline. Skin tan, you blended with the locals. Burn bread on you, something we could toast to. I'll promote you, show you to the universe. Got a couple on reserve, but you was first. Yeah, always have, always will be. You're the only one who gotta know the real me. So lean back, I'll take you where we used to go. From the clouds, you can view the coast. I feel the same for you. I don't even gotta say shit. Later we got reacquainted. For a good time, Corona, get that good vibe. Drinking till the sunrise, just like we used to do. Mexico, let's go there. Yeah, sex is slow, I don't care where we go as long as I'm there with you. Just like we used to do. Usually I put it down and withdraw. You always getting a round of applause. Standing ovation, give me an encore. Yeah, I need an encore. Tell me that you coming home with me. Love it when you fitting close to me. Who's showing you how it's supposed to be? I know you know it's me. Pour up for a good time, Corona, get that good vibe. Drinking till the sun.